Sup, guys? It's Corrupted
And it's dragging.
back again, once again.
We are back.
This week we are like, what's the best way to say it? Getting real in Wano, because this is like
It's
where
the it's the true opening to Wano.
like where shit gets real, like the first Thunder Bagua and everything, like where we see like how big of a gap is between our protagonists, and or I guess a
And
better
the
way to say it is
antagonist.
we see like how most unsurmountable the goal is that our protagonists have. Like we we finally understand the mountain that they're trying to climb this week, which is immeasurably tall because Kaido is like 21 feet tall or some shit. Let me double check how tall he is because he's tall. How tall is Kaido? He's 23 feet tall. Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah. He's 23. He's 23 feet 4 inches tall. He's 710 centimeters tall, which is crazy. Cause like 200 centimeters is like 6'6". So this boy tall.
Big guy.
Yeah, it's crazy. Big Mom's taller than him, which is kind of funny. Let's see. Big Mom is 880 centimeters, so she's like 3.5 feet, or more than 3.5 feet taller. What's up, Owl? She's three
Oh, welcome
and
in, man.
or actually no. She's almost 5 feet taller than Kaido.
That's still pretty hard to believe.
How tall is? Yeah, she's 5.5 inches taller than Kaido. She's 5.5, and that's with the outer fucking hat. Her hat probably another foot, cause Napoleon's big. So these episodes start off right where the other ones left off, obviously, because it's a serialized series. But with Gazelle Man delivering Otama, and then the Yokozuna dude. I can't remember the pink haired guy's name, mainly because I don't like him. I just in my head he's just the Yokozuna, the one that doesn't realize that he's falling for a trap. What's his name? I can't remember his name.
Yokozuna.
That's the title of the great. That's like the title given to the greatest
It is
sumo
name.
wrestler.
What is it? What is it?
Uh,
I always just called him Yokozuna. That's what I've
yeah,
always
that's
called
just
him.
what I call him too. Crap.
Like every
Let
time
me.
they say his name, I kind of just mute it out.
Wanna Yoka.
Let's say Kishi or something like that or something.
There we go. I'm not spell Urashima.
Urashima, yeah.
Yeah, that's his name. The guy that's in love with Okiku. That shit cracks me up though. Then like I can't wait for him to see Izo too, because he probably fall for Izo too. That shit would be fucking hilarious. And it's just be like, yo, dude, I got some bad news for you. I got some bad news. You're gay. Like when he talks to Izo, and he like tries to hit on Izo too. It's just like, man, you have seen Mulan one too many times, my boy. But the the what's it called? He gets a little pep talk from the second rat face, dick face guy. Cause remember, Nezumi's the first dick face McGee, so we have to give this other dude that actually has the rat smile fruit. We have to call him Dick Face McGee too. Or we can call him Nude Dick Face. We can call him Mouse Man Nude Dick Face McGee because I hate Nezumi. So we got to make fun of everybody that's like a rat. But he has an interesting thing that he says to him, because the Yokozuna dude is like, why can't this lower class bitch like me? Why she gotta Why she gotta be so rude? I have everything. I got food, fame, power, everything. And he's just like, he said, the rat man goes, you gotta stop sweating the small stuff, you dumb big lug. That goal of your, or that gal you fancy from Okoboro Town, they're so low class that Lord Orochi won't even accept them as servants. Remember? You're getting hung up on her feelings when they don't matter. You can just force her to marry you. Burn her house down so she has nowhere to go. Kill her family so she has no one to turn to. Make her completely dependent on you. When she's starving with nothing left in the world, she'll change her tune real fast. You belong to the warrior class. That distinction means everything in the land of Wano. So don't be a pushover. You're the star of our national sport, but you're bowing down to the whims of a rich. Show some pride. It sets a bad example.
Mm-hmm.
So it really just shows how fucky wucky Wano's class system is.
Even when you think about the grand scheme of things.
Yeah. And then also, it's like one of the... It's... This dude, the Mouse Man, is a member of the second lowest... Member, because he's a gifter. So the second lowest rung of the Beast Pirates. So he's basically doesn't matter in the Beast Pirates grand scheme of things. You know what I mean? Like, because he's just a small fruit user. He's just a grunt, and that's how the grunts think. So you can all you can extrapolate how the high tier people think. You know what I mean? Like,
exactly.
Because if a grunt feels that way, then his boss probably feels that way, and then his boss probably feels that way, and then a what's it called? What's the people above the gifters called? What do they call Basil and Drake and Page One and Ulti and Who's Who? I can't remember what they call.
Oh, the Toby Ropo?
Yeah, what's their English name? Top
No, that's the
performers?
Toby Ropo. Toby Ropo. That's what they've always been called, even in English.
No, I'm thinking of something that's a different name because the headliners. That's what I'm thinking of.
Oh, you talking about them?
Yeah.
No, the headliners are the top of the top.
No, okay.
No, lead performers. Okay, I'm thinking
Lead
wrong. Okay, I'm thinking wrong. Lead performers. Then it's Toby Ropo. Then it's
lead
Then it's the headliners. 'Cause that's what Hold'em is.
Yeah.
Then it's the headliners. Then it's the gifters, and then the
pleasures.
The pleasures. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like super low down, and he's a rat, like he's a mouse man. So that's not going to be particularly special in anything, because, like, what's that give you besides good hearing and a good sense of smell and the ability to bite people with big ass front teeth? Like, it doesn't give you much. So if he thinks that, his bosses think that, and that goes all the way up, and we see later in these episodes, that's also how Kaido thinks, like, and it's also how Orochi thinks when we see him talk to CP0 shortly. Like, that's how they all think, and they see, like, they take their class system super seriously, almost to the point where it's a caste system and not just a class, like a upper middle class thing anymore, or upper, lower, and middle class thing anymore. And then we see, like, the Yokozuna lets it really go to his head, and he just, like, this poor old couple, he throws his food away and then says, I want to eat your raccoon dog. And it's just like, but that's our pet. We've had him for years. And he's just like, too bad. That's my favorite. I want to eat it. And it just shows, like, how fucked Wano has been for the past 20 years. Because if you remember, while the Kozuki clan was in charge, Wano was apparently, like, this great place. Like, we're going to see in the flashbacks, like, before Oden was even born, Wano was, like, super prosperous. Like, Wano was, like, not affiliated with the world government and one of the strongest nations in the world, which is impressive for someone that gets no support from the Marines.
Oh yeah, for sure. You think about, like, all the countries, because Wano, and there's another country that's not affiliated with the world government we've seen.
Isn't it Elbaf?
I think that's it though. Before Elbaf.
Oh, that's not. Well, technically Toto Land's not a fit, but that's different. That's like
Yeah.
that was like created by a
Yeah.
emperor for the sake. No, there is another one, but I can't remember his friggin' name.
Yeah, I can't either.
Crap. I know there was another place in the New World that did. Was it um crap. Crap, 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 crap. I'm trying to think of like what we didn't see, who we didn't see at the reverie, because that would remind me who it is. But I don't remember who didn't show up at the reverie. So I guess like there's technically Fishman Island, technically, because it gets like no support from the world government, and I don't think it sends tithes to the world government. Yeah, because what's it called? It wasn't affiliated with the world government until Otohime, right?
That's yeah, yeah,
So that could
yeah.
be what we're thinking of. Is 10 years ago, Fishman Island maybe, because everything that like Sabaody is connected to it, because everything's endorsed by the world government, like all the slave trading and stuff, is actually protected by the world government, because that's where a lot of the celestial dragons go. So, I, I, it's gotta be early Fishman Island that I'm thinking of, but I digress. Then we get this kidnap arc with Hold'em, and it really I know you haven't seen it, but it really reminds me of Hunter x Hunter, uh, where there's because of so in the Chimerians arc, there's this lion dude that wants to take over everything, and like he's like a captain, and he's like doing stuff behind the scenes to make himself stronger, to get influence with the other Chimerians, and it just reminds me of it because it's just similar, like similar vibe, not necessarily similar motives. Um, to talk about 901 to 925. Episode 901 and 925. But the lion guy just kidnaps her because one of the guys saw her ability to make Dango. But I will say the Hold'em stuff is kind of hilarious.
Oh yeah,
Cause
and it's crazy too. When you pay attention to all of that that's going on, because between Hold'em's situation, Thomas' situation, and then what Luffy's doing this whole time, because with that whole scene from him walking um before he gets to Hold'em, all of that, the fight with Urushiki, what was it again? The freaking Yokozuna. You just said his name and I forgot it
Urashima, I
that fast.
believe. Yeah, Urashima.
Urashima. All of that is literally just to show us, the readers, the viewers, of where Luffy is, skills wise, because he shows off his conquers hockey first. He shows
Yeah,
off his observation against Urashima, and then Hold'em. Just
he
the
just beats the
fight
fuck out of
wise,
Holden.
yeah. But that's, Red Hawk is an armament hockey technique.
Yeah, it's
So
a
he goes through all three of his all three of his hockey proficiencies in this setup from Urashima to Hold'em, to let you know where he is, where he is hockey wise
yeah.
since Whole Cake Island.
Well, and it's crazy because this is only like 2 weeks later, if that. But it just shows like how much he learned from fighting. What's his name? Like a fight to the death with Katakuri. Like
Yeah,
it just shows, because that was Rayleigh's like that was, in my opinion, one of the cleverest bits that Oda did, where he was just like, to make sure there's no plot holes and I don't have to explain this for 12 chapters like other anime will have to explain their power system. I'm just gonna say, so you might not understand it now, Luffy, but when your life depends on it, it'll all make sense, because that's how hockey works. Cause like the if your life's on the line, your hockey's stronger. Cause like you have like it makes sense. Cause hockey's directly tied to your force of will, and so when your life's on the line, your force of will is like not everybody's force of will is stronger, but someone that would be strong enough to use hockey when their life's in danger, their hockey would get stronger. So it makes perfect sense that Luffy gets better at using hockey when he's forced into situations where it's do or die. Like that way he can use the more advanced stuff faster. So personally, it makes and like we see Zoro starting to do it just as much as Luffy does. Like hockey's starting to become secondhand because he's just like when he's rolling dice and he's using observation hockey to see what's gonna roll and stuff like that. Like, well, I guess it's technically mantra that he uses, which is a type of observation hockey, but he just knows what's gonna happen a little bit before it happens. So he's just like, but it's just clever. It's a clever little detail that he gets to be like, no, it wasn't a plot hole. I explained it a long time ago. You guys just weren't paying any attention to what Rayleigh said. And then, but the Hold'em's gimmick where he constantly hits himself in the dick is hilarious to me. Just because it's the lion will hit him in the dick. Because him and the lion gets in fights. And the lion's just like, I'll take you down with me, bro. Dude. Like, every time. That it shouldn't crack me up, but it does.
I definitely feel you. Holden was an interesting character, especially when you talk about him and the lion. Because I think he's one of the few gifters, because I think it's between him
Well, the few gifters
and
that.
Babanuki. Maybe because, like, you see, like, the gifters, and like, because it's like a few gifters that are separate from their actual animal, you know?
Yeah.
And,
Yeah,
like,
yeah, there's a handful.
Holden's the first one we see that's like that.
The hippo guy in the prison's like that. Because
Yeah,
he says he's got 2 mouths to feed. So he's got to feed
yeah.
himself and the
Then
hippo.
it's yeah, it's him. Then it's the dude with the gorilla arm
Yeah,
that we see
and then
later.
there's another
Um,
dude, the giraffe guy.
no, he's has just the body, but his whole head is like his whole body, but he has the extra body of a giraffe, but no extra head and stuff. So
No,
I
there's
don't know how
somebody
that
else. I
works.
can't remember who it is. There's somebody in the actual raid. We'll get to him when we're there, but I know there's one more that's that's got the power. It's a complete mind of its own, and I can't remember who it is. But well, I'll remember it when we get there. Cause crap, what's him like a? It's like a cat dude. I want to say. But also, it's interesting that we see all these the artificial devil fruits, because it does like all these small fruits, because it tells us that there's a devil fruit of all these animals. You know what I mean? Like
Hmm.
every animal that there's a small fruit of, that tells us that there's a so that tells us, because we've seen the giraffe fruit, so the giraffe guy makes, but there's a lion, elephant, or not elephant, gorilla. Like there's all these different. A gorilla one would be kind of dope. The gorilla fruit. That'd be a dope devil fruit.
Yeah, like a
Personally,
silverback.
yeah. Cause like, can you imagine how strong you get? Cause you get like it like multiplies like like your physical strength by like the when you go into the hybrid mode, like you get physically stronger than your base form. So like
Yeah,
it like it's like a multiplier on your strength. So like gorillas are like one of the strongest beings in the like one of the strongest animals. So like just imagine how strong you'd be with the gorilla fruit. Like imagine like Zoro or Sanji with the gorilla fruit, like how strong they fucking be.
yeah. No, I mean, you see Zoro right now using the gorillas and stuff up in his attacks. Which that's another thing I always thought about when we got to Wano and stuff of Kaido using all these having all these animals and stuff around, we would have got like another reference or so to why Zoro uses animals so much to coordinate his attacks.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like, it makes sense why there's a demon there. Like, that makes
But
total fucking sense. But
yeah, the correlation could be, because Zoro's shown in this arc to have ties to Wano, and of
yeah,
course, seeing
and
all
we
these
know later
animals in
on
Wano.
that he's like Ryuma's great 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 grandson. Like in a SBS or something, like Oda admitted that he's related to Ryuma. So we know he
Yeah,
has ties to Wano. But like, cause yeah, like the Caliber Phoenix he's been doing since before the Mihawk fight. He he's always had an attack named after some kind of animal. And almost all of them we see a devil fruit tie-in, which is kind of, I just noticed that almost everything that he's done, we've seen a devil fruit tie-in somewhere. Almost every, like the phoenix, the dragon, gorilla, because there's a smile fruit user with the gorilla. What else am I forgetting? Crap, I know there's more.
Tiger.
Tiger,
There's
yeah,
Bird. You see Bird dance.
yeah,
The two gorillas. Dragon Twister. Um,
yeah. It's just,
Caliber, Phoenix,
yeah, Phoenix. Like that's
Phoenix.
Marco, but like it's interesting that I think there's a devil fruit tie-in to every animal named attack, like either a smile or we've actually seen a person. I think, which is kind of cool if like that was a like a wink wink nudge nudge thing that
The Elder did.
Oda did. Yeah, that's actually like hella clever. That's like that's that's hella clever. If that's the case. But damn, I just never thought about it that way until just now you said something. I was just like,
Yeah,
man,
I'm telling you, man.
that's like an ogre level shit. Like that shit got layers.
It does, man, when you sit there and break it down, because even some of the other stuff, when you get to the later, like he even starts pulling out, because it makes me think when we get to Egghead later, just a side note, quick one, because he goes against Lucci, and he pulls out that leopard attack against him,
Yeah,
and he's a
yeah.
leopard.
He's got the and then what's it called? We know Stussy has some sort of demon succubus thing, and that would
Yeah,
like be in the demon form. And then King of Hell is probably Emu's devil fruit. If I had to guess what Emu's devil fruit was like a reference to the King of Hell thing. If I had to guess, because the attack Emu does with the tail is like used with that shape is used with a bunch of demon stuff in Japanese pop culture, like the arrow tail thing is used a lot in Japanese pop culture to deal with demons. So
Hmm.
it's an interesting thing when you look at it that way.
Oh yeah.
So it'd be crazy if that's like turns out what it is. Just send an SBS to Oda, be like, hey, did all the animals intentionally have a tie-in to Zoro's attacks? That
Mm.
we need to submit that SBS question. I need to learn Japanese so I can ask that question and it not sound stupid. But I love how Otama's just like back to the story. Like Otama just like does like the little uwu thing with like points the fingers together. It's like I guess I'm just good with the animals. To when Hold'em asks like how the hell she does what she does, Hold'em's just like, you know what, screw it, bring me my pliers. And he should not have done that. He should not have said, because that's what pisses Luffy off in a minute. And then they show up in what's this place called? Bakura Town. And Luffy's just like, oh yeah, deuces guys, activates Conquerors, runs through the city.
It's that easy.
Yeah, he does not care. I love also Like we see like a giant sumo wrestler go flying, and Luffy's just like, "What the fuck is this?" And he's just like, "Oh, I get a sumo." Like that's like immediately he's like, "What?" Like you see in a minute, he's gonna be like, "Oh fuck yeah, I get a sumo." You ain't ready for this, cause that Urashima dude is like destroying challengers, like absolutely destroying. Like we see like a bunch of them have broken bones. Like what was it? 10 broken arms, 15 legs, 52 ribs, 4 skulls, and 7 spines. What the fuck, dude? Like, that's how many bones Urashima has broken today. And he's fighting, like, 2 or 3 people at the same time. But you see, like, when he's up against them, like, he's, like, 4 times the size of a normal sumo wrestler. Like, that can't be fair. It's like that, did you see the Eddie Hall fight? Where he did the MMA fight against the 2 guys?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, so he did an MMA fight against 2 guys, and he beat the brakes off both of them. Like he was like two, I think it was like 2 145 guys versus Eddie Hall, and the 145 guys were actually MMA fighters, but like he knocked one of them out, and then he picked the other one and slammed him on his head and knocked him out. That's what this sumo fight reminds me of. Is that fight, which is hilarious.
Mm.
And like in that fight, they fought them at the exact same time. So just like this, because you know Eddie Hall is like fucking massive. He's like 6'3", like 400 pounds of almost all muscle. Like a dangerous amount of muscle, like dangerous for your heart amount of muscle. But that's what this scene just reminded me of when I watched it. And then I love how Urashima like freaks out that Okiku shows up, and all the women in the crowd get mad. Just
I'm like big mad.
that
Not even just a little
bitch.
mad, a big mad.
I love it how they just like that fucking bitch. How dare she? How dare she? And they don't. I just love that. No, like we got still. I think we got like 2 weeks until we learned that, or until they tell everybody that like no, Kiko's a dude. I like how like Kinemon's like the only person that one of the only people that fucking knows, because he's been friends with Okiku and Izo since they were like fucking teenagers, and that shit cracks
Yeah,
me
he
up
probably
so
already,
much.
yeah,
Yeah,
he
because
definitely probably
remember,
already got the scoop.
yeah, because he'd been hanging out with them since before they became the Scabbards, before they met Odin. So it just cracks me up. Because remember, Izo is the one that went with Odin when he escaped, because he wouldn't let Odin leave without him. When he snuck on the Whitebeard ship, well, he didn't sneak. He had to hold a rope for, what was it, like a day or 2? Or no, it might have been a week. I can't remember. It was a long time. They got dragged by the Whitebeard ship. I like how, because Okiku's fucking giant, Okiku tries to hide behind Zoro, and Zoro's just like, you realize you're way taller than me, right? That's not going to work. Because he's like, how tall is Okiku? How tall is Okiku? Okiku is 9'1".
Yikes!
Damn,
Need to
he
be on the
tall.
court somewhere.
Damn. What's it called? I love this. Google doesn't know that it's a dude.
Google don't know, huh?
Yeah. Google didn't know. Google Gemini didn't know Okiku's a dude. That should just tell you how like not great Gemini has been. I love how he also turns into like Urashima tries to turn into total bro shed. It's just like, dude, my dudes, look, the girl showed up. I've been talking to you guys about, and then they all freak out and they're just like, dude, you're such a player, bro. I look up to you so much. Yes, sir. We'll get it done. Like, you know what I mean? Like they go like
Hmm.
total brudo chat, like dude bro chat on it, and it just cracks me up every time like a fictional character goes dude bro chat, because it sounds so ridiculous. Because I have never actually met a dude pro chat, like somebody that actually talks like that. I've just seen them like make fun of people that talk like that. And so it just cracks me up every time, especially in a Japanese thing when they make fun of it. Because if I remember correctly, that's how it's said in the manga. Let me check real quick. Yeah, that's how they say it in the manga too. So yeah. But like that just cracks me up. And then I like Luffy just doesn't give a crap at all. He was like, "Yo, have y'all seen somebody named Otama? She's like yay tall." He doesn't give a crap about the Yokozuna talking. She's like yay tall, pink circles on her cheeks. Y'all seen her? And then we see like right after they quote unquote grab Okiku, we see Okiku just immediately cut off his top knot. And like that top knot is like super important in sumo culture. Like super important. Like it's called something. Let me sumo top knot. It's called how do you say this? Chonmagje. I guess it's it was originally a thing that samurais did in the Edo period, but now it's a thing for that sumo wrestlers do. And to be a professional, what's it called? To be a professional sumo wrestler in Japan now, you have to have one of those to compete. Like you have to grow your hair long enough to where you can do that shape. And in any official bout, any official bout, you have to have that. And if you don't have one, you can't do it. Like you're not allowed to wrestle if you don't have it. So her cutting off that top knot, or him cutting off that top knot, like says like he technically can't compete in official events until he grows his hair out long enough to do it again. Wait, so it's basically she's taken away his ability to officially wrestle when doing that. Especially since he's the Yokozuna, which the Yokozuna is like the title of the best sumo wrestler in the country. But it's like Yokozuna title. Yeah. The only reason I know it is because there's a really good anime about this. It's about this really short kid that wants to be the greatest sumo wrestler in the history of Japan. And it's a really good anime. I can't remember the name of it. But he like, and he because it's based off, there's a real life sumo wrestler who's considered the greatest sumo wrestler of all time. He was really short. He was too short to be a sumo wrestler. So he had injections in his forehead to make himself slightly taller, to where he would just be just tall enough to be able to do sumo wrestler, which is crazy. I can't remember his name, but Yokozuna literally means grand champion. It's the highest rank of real life sumo wrestlers. It's like if you want to think about it in like video game terms, it's like the challenger tier for like an esports game, like the very top level. And cutting off his top knot basically means that he's not allowed to compete until he grows it back. And it probably takes a couple of months to grow it back. And we see that he sumo wrestles like 6 people an hour. So it's probably a big deal for him. So it's not just a rejection of his love that Okiku does. It's a rejection of him as a person. By cutting off the top knot, it's just being like, yeah, that crap doesn't matter. Like none of that. None of the crap that you're trying to do matters. Because like when he does it, he just Okiku says like all you see is like these people that are broken, hurt, and you see them as chattel. And Okiku's just like, you're the only one that's chattel here to me when he cuts it off. So I just thought it was cool with what that stuff means to actual Japanese culture and what it actually means. because it basically Okiku takes away his ability to compete at the professional level and takes his title from him since he has to forfeit every match he has lined up now. If they follow actual like like the Japanese procedure, and we can imply that they do because they still use the title Okazuna and stuff. Um, Also, it's almost like I like how Okiku like didn't realize that he cut it off at first. He's like, oh shit, I did it in front of everybody, didn't I?
I mean, at that point, Kiku's still trying to keep a low profile,
Yeah,
and we find, I thought that was a good touch too because like, before, because a lot of the Akazaya, the Scabbers got technically revealed in this little part because first one they mention outside of Kiku is Ashura Doji, which we find out is Shoten, which they call Shuten Maru.
yes.
And
Tomorrow.
then when Luffy tells Kiku about when they talk about Jack again, when they go through the whole thing and they find out Jack's not dead and all that, and once they get to that conversation, you find out that Jack, when they mention Boss Dog and Boss Cat, that's when Kiku, echoes the Boss Dog, Boss Cat. He can't be talking about, and then they kind of cut that off. So
Yeah,
you see it, like you see that they introducing them slowly as they come, and keeping Kiku's true nature secret was like it's a good touch, really good touch.
yeah. We just all we know in these groups of episode is that Kinemon trained them. That's all we know about it. Like we don't even know that they're scabbard after these 25 episodes.
Right.
And then he goes to slap the shit out of Okiku, and Luffy shows up and goes, "No." And then I love how Luffy's just like, "I'll sumo you." And I love how Luffy's just like, "Hell yeah. Watch out. I'm good at this shit, dog. You ain't ready for this." And I love like the little pop up. So the little pop up, it's in Japanese in the anime. So I wanted to know what it meant. And what it says is Sumo wannabe pirate Luffy no Umi record undefeated versus Usopp. Like you know the little placard that pops up in Japanese, like to show him when he like stands like his arms out and he's just like, "I'ma beat your ass." That pose.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the what the little placard that pops up in Japanese says, and it cracks it. It's like record undefeated versus Usopp. It's just like Chopper could beat Usopp in what's it called? Um, and then he beats the dog mess out of him, and like he just like flips and craps, and he's just like, "You can't touch me. You can't touch me." And he dog walks this man. He dog walks this man, dude. Like completely. Like, and then also we see this dude fights dirty too. Like you're not allowed to do a lot of the moves like that he does. Like he tries to clap his hands around his around Luffy's head, and he tries to poke Luffy in the eyes. So we learn that he cheats against everyone that has a chance to beat him from that interaction, which says like he's not honorable, which it shows that he's not honorable, and that he would actually get kicked out of a real, like the real one that he claims the title of, but he would 100%. He'd be like, "Yeah, you're not allowed to wrestle no more." In real life, and it just shows like how the upper class in Wano behaves. They're a bunch of bitches. Like
Which
a
is
bunch
me.
of
We can pretty
bitches.
much already infer that, like when it
Yeah.
comes down. I mean, they do like this kind of like still the opening to the people of Wano and how they truly, you know, feel and react to this whole situation. But for the most part, you're starting to see just how you said the upper class and pretty much they weak. They really ain't cool like that.
Yeah, they're not at all. They're a bunch of hoe bags, is the nicest way to say it.
He
And
said the
then
nicest way.
they get technically child torture with the Otama stuff.
Yeah, starting to get
Was
into
the
that.
was the last one that we watched, or not last, but the thing that happened last was in the thing. Otama like pulling on Otama cheeks, and it looks bad. Like her cheek is all effed up when Luffy sees her, and um, Luffy's just like, "What happened to your cheek?" And it's just like, he pulled on it with pliers, but it's okay. I'm okay. And Luffy's just like, "Nope, it's not okay. I'm gonna beat his ass." And then I love it cuts to Beppo, and Beppo's just like, "Am I dying, Captain?" And Law's just like, "You fucking moron! You just have diarrhea. Stop it. Get some help." Like,
The Jordan meme.
yeah. Like, I love that. And then Basil Hawkins is just like talking mad shit. He's like, "What? Luffy's there? He's beyond your ability. Get the fuck out of there." And then Luffy just, when Luffy finally friggin' hits Urashima, he just one shots him with Gear 3. He was like, "Nope." And the force that he hits Urashima with is crazy because it like smushes the faces of everyone around it, like the force of impact, like the people around the stadium, like their faces contort and like get smushed from the air pressure. And it also like destroys 3 houses, which is hilarious. And then a bunch of people are just like, "That's the guy that killed the magistrate," when they notice Zoro,
Mm-hmm.
which cracks me up. And then Luffy's just like, "Where's the boss at? We're here to beat his ass." And then I just love how Luffy pulls out the sword and just starts beating people like normal.
Dude, Zoro.
And Zoro's
Zoro's
just like,
reaction to
"What the
that.
fuck, dude? Like, it's a sword. You're not supposed to punch with it." And he's not using any sword. He's not using just any sword. He's using, what's it called? Isn't that one of Odin's swords?
No, that's
Or
the Katetsu.
because Odin had 2 swords. I know. What's it name? Momo's sister trades Odin's favorite sword for Shisui.
Enma.
Yeah, Emma, that's his name. Odin's favorite sword. Because didn't Odin have 2 swords?
Yes.
Yeah. And then Momo keeps his other sword, right?
Yeah.
His left-handed sword? Yeah.
Yep.
I was trying to remember
What
what
is
it was.
I forgot what it's called, like Arama no Kirei or something. I can't think.
Yeah. But it's the the what's it called? I remember he gets Enma, which is weird. Like, it's weird that Enma resonates with Zoro. Like, the sword of his great grandfather resonates with him less than the sword of someone that someone that he didn't like have any connection to. It's just that what's it called? Enma was turned into a black blade
I actually
by
wouldn't think
Odin.
that I actually don't think what Enma was doing was resonating with Zoro. I think it was resisting Zoro.
No, I'm not talking about like imminent, like that part. I'm talking about like Zoro feels a better connection to Enma than he does Shisui.
But
Is what I'm
that's
saying. Like, I think
I
it's
think
more
that's
so
more
like
because
the
of
sword just didn't want to listen to him at first.
yeah, I could go with that.
Like, and I feel like he like kind of respected it because like when he was first training with Enma, remember Enma wouldn't cut anything, or it wouldn't cut it properly, and he's just like, "Listen here, you little shit." I think it's just like Zoro's character. He likes the stuff that he earns more than he likes the stuff that he gets.
He gonna be
That's my
he's the
theory.
guy that's gonna put the work in to earn it before he just gets it given to him anyway.
Yeah, he wants to earn everything. Like he doesn't want to be given stuff. Like it was Ryuma being like, I think you should have the sword sort of thing and stuff like that that made him take Shisui in the first place. And the fact he needed another sword. Um and then after this stuff we get all the stuff where they just beat the absolute dog mess out of all the Yakuza members. And then he fights Hold'em. And he beats the dog mess out of Hold'em. Because at first he
It's no
doesn't really
competition.
hit. He doesn't even really hit Hold'em until because he doesn't want to hurt Otama. He steals Otama real quick, and then he's just like, "Okay, that's it. What happened to your face, Otama?" Otama's just like, "Don't worry about it. They pulled on my face with some pliers, but I'm good now. You saved me." And Luffy's just like, "Oh no
Excuse
no
me.
no 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 no! They did what to your
Oh no
face?"
no 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 no. Oh no 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 no. Oh no 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 no.
Yeah, yeah, and then beats the dog mess out of him, like dog mess. Like he beats the dog mess. Like bruh. And then also like how it has the in the background of Okaburo Town. You don't really get to see it before, but it's actually like a super cool like thing that you see here, where like it shows now with Ukabore Town. It has the what's it called gate. I can't the gate that Ubisoft just got in trouble for using. What's it called? The Hikomori gate.
Um.
Is it
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a giant version of the Hikomori gate outside of Okabore Town, and that Kimamori, I think that's how you say it. Uh, Hikomori gate. Uh, what's the name of it? Um, Survived the atomic bombs. What is it called? Tory Gate. Tory Gate. That's it. It's a
Are you
it's a
talking
Tory
about the,
Gate.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah,
yeah, yeah, yeah, yeah. I
yeah,
remember
yeah.
now.
And it
The same
survived
thing.
the. It's like one of the only buildings in the in Nagasaki. I think it was in Nagasaki that survived the atomic bomb. Was just a Tory Gate that was so well made. And we see there's the same kind of gate at in Okebore Town. It's not exactly the same, but it's still a Torii gate.
Nonetheless.
But it just like shows like the like I think it's supposed to represent how unbreakable the spirit the people of Wano is.
I like that. Yeah, that's definitely a way you can see it because like tenacity is something that the people of Wano kind of what's the word identify with.
Yeah, yeah. It's like it's just it's just a good little reference. Like it's something that not everyone's gonna notice, but I can tell that the Japanese fans were just like, dude, that's fucking awesome. You know what I mean? Like anytime something like that happens in an American show, whenever there's
Hmm.
whenever you see like the like a 9/11 memorial, you're just like, fuck yeah, in a show. Like we survived that shit. That's like what I imagine or my understanding is what a Torii Gate means to the Japanese people. It's like the same thing as like a 9/11 memorial. Is my understand is how it has been explained to me by people that like live in Japan and stuff like that. Is like how it's been. I could be wrong, but that's my understanding from how it's been explained to me. Because I like play a lot of card games, so I talk to a lot of people that play card games in Japan and have like a really good understanding of like the Japanese culture. Because some of them are Japanese, and then some of them are just people that live there for like work and stuff, and then just play the Japanese version of those card games. So that's my understanding on how stuff like that is. That they feel the same way about how we feel about certain stuff. like that. And then we see in the next episode, we see like how actually fucked Okeboro Town is. Like the like kids crying in the street because they can't eat anything, and then it cuts immediately to Orochi's personal farm, and it's like this idealistic, perfect farm. It looks like
Like got
heaven.
everything. Like pretty much has everything that you could possibly want and then some more in it.
Yeah, it just looks like fucking heaven, like legit, and it's called Paradise Farm. Like it's called Paradise Farm. There's like giant fish, infinite bales of hay. They grow fruits that can't probably actually grow in Wano, like because there's a bunch of tropical fruits, like pineapples and bananas and stuff. So, and then you see like the people that work it get paid almost nothing. Like they get like
Yep,
5 pieces of silver, and that isn't enough to feed a family.
pretty much. Yeah, that dude got pretty much screwed over at the end there.
Yeah,
Not the end, but at the pretty much when he went to go cash in, and dude only gave him 5 silver. You see what was even more crazy is how they're paying everything in gold, and that was the first time we saw silver.
yeah. Like the like in real life, there's like a upper, middle, and lower class. There's no middle class in fucking Wano. There's
No,
just
upper and poor.
yeah. There's just different levels of poor, which kind of feels like a call out to like Oda calling out like his own society a little bit. At least how it used to be. I don't know if it's like a call out to how it is now, but I know like some people are kind of mad about some of that stuff in China. So it feels like a slight dig at it. But the best art makes this unintentional statement. So
Yeah,
because if you try to
facts.
make a statement with your art, it automatically makes it worse because it's just tinged with spite. In my opinion. In my like that's just my personal opinion.
It becomes less about the art and more about the point you tried to make.
Yeah, that's probably the better way to say it. What I'm trying to say. Yeah. And then we meet Speed, or as we're gonna call her for the rest of the fucking series, Horselina.
I mean, it's just better. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Um. And then we see about the fire stuff, and it cracks me up. The firefighter stuff. It just makes me think of Benny Mario from Fire Force.
Waiting at season 3.
I do. Season 3 gonna go hard. I am ready for season 3. And then Horselina, weird though. She magically has 350-degree vision, even though her eyes are in the front of her face. But like magically, she can just be like, I can see everything around me. And then we get the friggin' fight with Holden. Well, I don't even want to call it a fight. I don't even want to call it a fight.
At that point,
Yeah, you a fight. Yeah, and then we see the treasure barge, and Luffy's just like, look at all that food, and Okiku's just like, yep, that's Paradise Farms, and Luffy's just like, why is it all there for them? That's fucked up. They're the people that worked in it. Like, why aren't they allowed to do anything with it? Why do they just get to eat poison food? Like, that's where Wano fucked up by letting Luffy's first interaction is seeing a kid get poisoned. That's where they fucked up right there. Like,
yeah, facts.
like the
Facts.
first thing he
Agree
sees
with you.
is a kid almost die of fucking poison. And that's just how it goes. And
People
then
just die.
Zoro fights Basil. I like how Zoro, or not Zoro, Law's just like, I'm gonna cover my face so he don't know who I am. Not like it's not like I'm the only person covered from head to toe in tattoos with the symbol of my pirate crew on it. That's one thing that was super dumb to me, that he's just like, he'll see my face, so I'm gonna cover it, but I'm not gonna cover my hands. That has my Jolly Roger on them. Gang gang. And Basil
Logic, right?
Hawkins just immediately just like, Law, what the fuck are you doing? He's like, I know
He
those
just knows.
tattoos. Like, Law, what the fuck? Like, Law, what are you doing?
They haven't developed the self sense yet, you know. Like
Yeah,
they don't have that. You know, they don't got cameras there, you know. Well, they
yeah.
do, but not in the sense of
Basil's like the one person that understands, and it's fucking how he's just like, or the one of them with common sense. He's just like, oh my god, this fucking retard didn't even wear gloves. What the fuck? And also, he's wearing like a kimono, and the kimono's like slightly open, so you can see the fucking heart pirates thing on his chest, and the heart from Corazon on his chest, and you can just tell Basil. It's just like, I'm surrounded by idiots. Like, I'm surrounded by idiots. Like that crap just cracks me up. He's just like immediately just like, I know what that is. And then Zoro and Okiku steal the treasure barge that's full of food. Also, like, this is how you know, like, what's his name is super, super vain, Orochi, because the treasure bar is gold. Like, his thing full of food is gold. That's so impractical. It's there just to show how much you can say go fuck yourself to the poor people, in my
exactly.
opinion.
They put on a real show, like through like when you see in Okabori Town, how literally they have the food like pretty much right there. They bring the what do they call it, the little care package that they bring to the literally the neighboring city. That's only separated by the Torii Gate, pretty much.
Yeah.
Like literally they
Also,
bring the
that's where
food
they.
there
Yeah, they come through the. I think
and
they
they
come through
know
the
it's
Torii
there.
Gate. Yeah.
They know it's there. And you telling these people that they just watch. Like they get the leftovers, drinking out this dirty water, getting stomach aches pretty much all day, every day, and it's right there. Like right there. Not even a mile away, not even really too like in their case they walk everywhere anyway, so it's really like right there for them.
Yeah, it's like they can see it at the edge of their town, which has to be
That's
like super, super unfortunate for them.
that's next level like morale control.
Yeah, that's basically what they're just controlling everything about these people's lives, unfortunately. Like down to the last detail. And then I just want to know more about Otama's devil fruit, cause like it works on. I want to know if it'll work on Luffy, cause like smile fruits are Zoans, and it works on smile users. Cause we see when she gives it to Horselina, it works. So I want to know, will the Dango work on Luffy since Luffy's a Zoan?
No, he's not an animal.
Would it work on Rob Lucci?
Probably.
Like that, like asking the real questions here.
No, it's more than likely it will, but
So
they cause them because they're animals.
yeah,
Like
so
it probably wouldn't even work on. It probably would work on Chopper because he's naturally an animal,
yeah,
but he probably have some resistance to, or some upped resistance of it because he ate the human fruit.
yeah. So this is another question that I have. So would it work on Kaido and immediately fix the issue?
Probably, but I think it would be more of a willpower thing with him.
Yeah, yeah. I'm just curious. But also, if it would work on Kaido, it would work on Orochi, and then they could just fix all the issues with Toma's devil fruit and like.
Why you
So
think they wanted to capture her?
yeah, that would make sense if that's just like, wait, they can control animals. We need this bitch, sort of thing. Like we can't let this kid run around. Like if that's how it works. Because if it works on them, dude, stuff's overpowered, dude. Like, if it works on anyone that ate a Zoan fruit. But it could also just work on, like, when you're actually in the human hybrid form, too. Because that's how smile fruit users, they're, like, permanently stuck in the hybrid form. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, it could just be one of those things. Because they even said, Otama's just like, I didn't think that would work. And then Luffy says, maybe it's because she's half horse. Which just cracks me up. I love how she's just like, I'm not listening to you. I only listen to my master. And Otama just says, do whatever Luffy says. She's just like, yes, master. I like how we get this stuff where Otama's just like, you're just like Ace. And she's so happy about it. And she still doesn't know that that they're brothers. I'm ready to get to the point where she's just like, oh shit, I was a bitch. For getting mad at him about the Ace thing. But and we also see like Law, if he wasn't trying to like save time and get out of there and support Luffy, he 100% would have beat the shit out of Basil.
Oh, more. I wholeheartedly agree with that.
Like 100%. He 100% would have been like, there goes all your lives. We're done. Because all he's worried about is getting out of there as fast as possible and hiding his what's it called? Hiding his identity. And then you see, as soon as he can't hide his identity anymore, he just like, okay, cool, I understand how your power works, and then takes out all of his goons immediately. And he's just like, yeah, what about it? And like Basil was straight up losing the fight until he shot Law got shot with the sea prism now. Like Law was 100% winning the fight. And Law was outnumbered like 10-1. And that we get a nice little line is that we learn that what's it called? We learned that sea prism stone comes from Wano. And that they're the craftsmen of Wano are so good at stonemasonry that they can make sea prism into almost anything. So they can make it into nails so that they can shoot nails and stuff instead of just shooting bullets. Like stuff just to because Kaido just wants people with strong Devil Fruits abilities to be weakened just enough where they can be thrown in jail and weakened.
Of course.
And then I just love how Law's just like, you fucking bitch. He catches Zoro. He's like, what the fuck is wrong with you, dog? Like, what the hell were you thinking? Why the hell did you do that? Like, what the hell, dog? What is wrong with you? Like, what the fuck? Like, this makes me mad. And I also love that Luffy's just like, wait a second. There's one more thing we need. Before we get there, y'all go ahead. I'll be right back. And we see he goes to steal all the clean water. Like, he's just like, I'm just going to steal this giant thing of water. And then all the kids are happy. Otama gets an apple. Because apparently Otama's like never had an apple. Or it's like got to be one of her favorite foods. Because she's acts like she's never seen an apple before. He's like, an apple? Oh my gosh. Which is also kind of, it's super fitting that it's an apple. Because we'll learn later, Toko had to eat an apple because she was starving. But that apple happened to be a smile fruit. And it destroyed her life for the most part. But Otama gets an apple. And it's the greatest day of her life. Like, that's like crazy. And it's like, the part of the reason like Wano's like entire thing is destroyed is because of something that looks like an apple. Like the smile fruit has fucked people up so much and everything, and it looks like an apple. And then there's also all the Stuff like the in Genesis, the uh the classical depiction of the fruit of knowledge of good and evil is an apple. And then there's in Japanese pop culture, apples are signifiers of like good things for the most part. Like it's supposed to be ironic in Death Note that Ryuk is such a fan of apples because apples are supposed to be good and stuff like that. Like there's good things about apples in Japanese culture. It's not a. It's like they're like a signifier of something good because like you give people apples. Uh, like there's like a tradition of giving people apples as gifts. I forgot what it's called for certain things. And so Otama
Interesting. I
getting
didn't
an
know that.
apple, yeah, it's actually like super cool. Like there's so many different angles of Otama receiving an apple, and it's actually a good apple because every other apple that someone like Otama would have found would have been an apple that would make her sick. So it's just really cool that that's how it works. And then she takes one of the apples to give to her teachers too. And then I like this is for repaying me for the this is me repaying you for the rice. And then Luffy says, "This feast isn't special. I'm going to make it normal," which is really cool. He's like, "This shit's gonna be normal soon. Don't worry, Tama." He's like, "By the time I leave this place, that's what life's gonna be like." And it turned out that's exactly what Ace said too. Dun dun dun. And then we see the truth in the castle, where Kinemon, Kanjuro, Momonosuke, and Raizo are supposed to be dead, next to Udon. And it makes you wonder. And then Luffy keeps the sword, right? Yeah. Luffy just like, I can't be a samurai without a katana. I'll stand out, so I'm gonna keep the sword with me. It's just like, what the fuck, Luffy? No, give it back. You stand out already. You told everyone your name. Like, what the fuck's wrong with
Right,
you?
that's type of stuff right there.
Yeah.
Cause man, Luffy going through the whole motions of Wano, like really just going doing what he wants. And he just got there, and technically he's a fully wanted fugitive there. Like just
Yeah.
how soon as they find out that he's there, they're gonna pretty much like come at him.
He's like a super fugitive, man. And I like how Zoro's just like, also, Okiku's hiding something. I don't know what it is, but she hiding something. Keep an eye out on her. And then I like how we see in the Fire Capital the kids at school, and they're just
Hmm.
like, we learn that they're just learning propaganda. They're just like, Odin's evil, and you hear in the background, like the old people. The old people is it's just like that's not how it was. Odin was great. I don't know what these people are talking about. And also, we see that the lady is either a Zoan type or a smile fruit user. Like it's
So she on their side.
yeah. So we know that she's on Orochi's side because she can stretch her neck. So she has a snake tongue and fangs. So like the implication is that she's probably a Zoan type.
So go. So that was something that I wanted to dissect about Orochi, because when we talk about so far with all of this with the Uber mention everything, when we have talked about the last man through all of these antagonists that we've seen and met throughout all of this, Orochi is the only one who is haunted by literally some people who he's supposed to have already killed. When I take Orochi's whole character and push it out into the whole arc of Wano, every which way that he moved, you can see that the Akazaya, the curse, all that happened, the 20-year prophecy, is literally the entire way that he moved. So, but because of that, it was a lot of things that he didn't do that he should have did because of that prophecy. Because in all honesty, 20 years is a long time, and if you weren't prepared in 20 years, for all of that stuff, like that just lets you know his folly and what that power has done to him. Because him and Kaido are two completely different minds when it comes to, ruling and stuff of the sort.
Yeah, Kaido is a very interesting mind when it comes to ruling. Also, another thing is Orochi. It's funny that he is also like his devil fruit is an Orochi. Like the
Yeah, Hamilton Orochi,
yeah,
the
it's
Hydra, pretty much.
it's the Hydra from Japanese mythology. But do you know the story of the Hydra?
Not specifically.
So in Japanese mythology, Susanoo is kick
Yeah.
they trick them into kicking. One of the gods is jealous of Susanoo and wants his sister Amateratsu's power. So
Hmm.
he tricks Susanoo into doing something he's not supposed to do. It makes the head god, Susanoo's father, mad, and he kicks him out of heaven and strips him of his power.
Yamato, right?
Yeah, and he becomes Yamato. And
Oh, Susano becomes Yamato.
yeah, Susanoo becomes Yamato when he gets
Who's
kicked
his
out of heaven.
father? Raijin?
Um, no. Susanoo is Izume's husband. I don't remember his name. Give me a second. Sano. Izanagi. Izanagi.
Izanagi. That's
Yeah.
what it was. I knew it was somebody I knew.
Yeah, he was uh he Yamato, and depending on the version of the myth that you read, Susanoo's either born from the eye, from him washing his eye, Izanagi washing his eye in the great what's it called? The great in the Great River. It's either from washing his right eye or it's from washing his nose. It just depends on what one you read. Because Amaterasu comes from the left eye. That's why Itachi uses Amaterasu from his left eye. It's reference to that. Um, but in in the story though, how Yamato beats Orochi, because he's still basically a demigod. He just lost most of his godly powers, but he's still stronger than a normal human. He tricks Orochi into getting drunk, traps his head on all of his heads under a thing like a torii gate, and then cuts them all off.
Hmm.
What you think about it? This is kind of funny. This is the arc that we learn that Luffy is the reincarnation of a god. So Luffy is Yamato from a classical sense, and he cuts off all the heads of Orochi because he destroys Orochi's entire influence on the land of Wano.
He's directly responsible for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and you could also see that he lets Orochi get drunk off power because the entire plan was pretend to be dead. So Orochi thinks there's nothing that can go wrong.
It's my Denjiro.
Yeah, remember the original plan? They're just like with Kanjuro when because Kanjuro told Orochi the entire plan, so Orochi thinks he wins, and then it turns out that he just got outplayed, and so Orochi
Yeah.
I think he parties all night or something because he thinks there's no way he could possibly lose since Momonosuke is done for, and then it puts him in the position where he has to lose now. It's all done
Because he didn't
by
prepare.
the reincarnation of a god, which is technically what Yamato was, because it's just a god sent to the human world because he was stripped of his power. So it's just like cinematic parallels, baby.
Yeah. That's what we here for.
Yep. But
Everything though, because with the thing about Orochi and Kaido, which I thought that was interesting, because technically, um, which I know it's not true now, but at some point, Dragon was looked at as like a serpent snake kind of creature, and so was Orochi.
yeah,
Um, the thing with Orochi being, well, Wano itself being led by technically two serpents, two snakes,
well, they're you could also see them as heavenly serpents
yeah.
too.
But the thing about it, um, when you think about back in, when you think about dragons and everything that they stand for and stuff, they never rule like together. It's usually like a single dragon that gets all the honor and all the glory. And
Yeah,
it's
for the
either a
most part.
dragon next to him. It's either a dragon next to him who's either working alongside him, or it's either trying to go against him. You see that across like all mediums. So when you think about that, it's almost like that was a relationship that was bound to fail, even with the differences in both of them. Like Kaido wouldn't have waited 20 years to prepare. I think Kaido, in the 20 years that they were sitting there doing all that, was doing everything in his power to prepare, and Orochi was doing everything in his power to prevent his fears from coming true
Well, honestly,
instead of
I
working
just
on his
think
dream.
I think in the 20 years, like Kaido wants it to happen, Orochi doesn't.
Yeah, because at that point, Kaido's prepared. In his head, he's prepared
Well,
for
not even
whatever.
that, because like Kaido probably thinks, because what's it called? He met Arbor way like more than 20 years ago, so
Hmm.
like he met King like what was it, like 30 years ago or some shit. Like he's known King for more than 20 years. Like they've been best friends for a long time. Because Kaido wasn't fully grown, like his 23-foot self yet. When we see like
Yeah.
when they meet, so he he's like they've been friends forever, and he tells them that the next person that comes to beat me is going to be the reincarnation of Joy Boy. So you can assume that he's looking forward to like if the prophecy's true, then that means that when the prophecy happens, that's when the reincarnation of Joy Boy's coming. So I would assume Kaido's excited about it, like he wants it to happen. Because he wants to fight the reincarnation of Joy Boy, because he knows the reincarnation of Joy Boy is going to beat him. And he knows that he's going to finally get what he wants, which is to die in a fair fight. Because that, like, he wants to go out on his own terms. And since all the other ways are not on his own terms, he knows if he fights Joy Boy, he's going to go out on his own terms. So I think it's that, like, Orochi's, like, terrified, like, anxious, like, oh my God,
Petrified,
everything's going to go
almost.
bad. And Kaido's probably just like, fuck yeah, I can't wait for these 20 goddamn fucking years, dog. Dude, this shit going to be
He wants
fire.
his like
I'm going to
he
fight
wants
Joy
his
Boy.
redo.
He just like, I'm gonna fight Joy Boy. Shit gonna be clean. I'm either gonna beat him or I'm gonna die. Like, I'm happy. Like that, like in my head, I can sit like that's how Kaido, he gonna be like, man, I'm either gonna have the sickest fight ever, and I'm gonna finally feel good about myself because I had a dope ass fight, or I'm gonna die and I'm gonna still be happy because all I wanna do is die. Like,
That's not think about it when you mentioned that it's true that all he wanted to do was die. That's like so true. When I think about that now, so now it's like Orochi and Kaido were both going through their own version of nihilism at the same time.
yeah, it's just Orochi's how Orochi fed it was that he just did anything pleasurable he possibly could. That way he wouldn't think about it, like what the last man does. Like the last man just does, like fulfills all their hedonistic tendencies, so they don't have to think about the fact that they're nihilistic. But then Kaido, on the other hand, was just like, I'm a life is suffering. I want it to end, so I'm just gonna do everything I can to make sure mine ends. So, and also you can tell when he finally talks to Big Mom and they team up and he's gonna kill Orochi, like his plan will result in Orochi dying at the end. Um he doesn't give a fuck about what happens to Orochi. He just like, yeah, so be it. That shit don't matter. Like, fuck Orochi. That shit never mattered in the first place. You were just my tool to make sure I got to fight Joy Boy. Like that's like
Yeah.
his whole thing. He was like, you just gonna let me fight the guy that I know will kill me. That's all I care about. Thank you, sir. And then we get like there's just so much like little exposition in some of the parts of Wano. Like, or it's not even exposition, it's implied exposition. Like once you go back and rewatch it, you can be like, oh shit, that's what's the like. You feel like that episode of It's Always Sunny with Charlie with the board with all the pins, and you're just like, Janice in accounting. You know what I mean? Like, that's what it reminds me of. And then I like how we meet the drunk guy that works for the Yakuza. What's his name? Kiyoshiro. And he just talks mad shit about Orochi all the time when he's drunk. That thing cracks me up so much.
Which is crazy because it's like this saying that a drunk tongue speaks a sober mind.
Yeah.
Literally
Yeah.
personified here, which I
But
love.
I love that he's actually sober. He's just pretending to be drunk.
Yeah,
Also,
but
like
yeah,
yeah. But it's like excusable if like he's drunk and says it. Like people probably won't snitch. Is like why he like pretends to get drunk. And this is where we learn the prophecy that Odin's wife, Momonosuke's mother. What's her name again? I keep forgetting her name.
Toki.
Yoki, that's it. I keep wanting to Toki. Yep, that's it. I keep wanting to say more than Toki. Like in my mind, it feels like it should be more, but it's not. But the prophecy is, "You are the moon, unaware of the dawn. May your purpose be fulfilled, and cast 9 shadows on the night woven of 20 years, and you shall know the brilliance of dawn." So, I have a theory about this line, like this little prophecy, and it's kind of dumb, but I don't think when she says dawn here, I think Oda is being a clever, cheeky little bastard, like he is way too often. I don't think he means the dawn as in the new day, because in Japanese there's another word named don, which is said the same way as dawn is in English. And it is the sound of the heavy drum. Like the heavy drum, like what I'm talking about, like the don drum, like the big classical, like
let's break that down
Japanese.
Let's break that down then, because it's always been speculation about Toki actually being a part of Joy Boy's crew.
Yeah, there has been.
You probably would have just gave a good parallel to where it could be, because we all know Drums of Liberation. That's a Joy Boy tag at this point.
But here's the big thing. So at every major point in every fight Luffy is in, whenever he lands the finishing blow on the enemy, in the manga, it has the characters for the Japanese word don. Like it has the kanji for the sound of a drum named don, like the don sound. Every time he lands the finishing blow on anybody. So in the cast 9 shadows on the night woven of 20 years, and you shall know the brilliance of dawn. So it could literally be her saying that Wano will be freed with the brilliance of the sound of a drum. And that's exactly what fucking happens in the manga. It also happens in the anime. You just don't get to see it. You just hear it. So it doesn't feel as big of an impact, because it's just in the back. It's just background noise. But when he lands the is it the Baron gun? That's the last thing that he hits Kaido with.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when you hear that, when he hits him with that,
wrong.
Yeah, the Bajran's gun. I keep saying the fucking thing from Monster Hunter. Not paying any attention. When he hits him with that, the manga says dawn in the panel. Like in the background, like the kanji for dawn. Here, I'll show everyone the kanji for dawn real quick. I gotta. Onomatopoeia. I don't know how to spell that word. Motherfucker. Okay. Yeah, it's a Dawn is a Japanese sound effect, like thumping, booming, or banging. But like this is a good picture that shows it. It's in whole cake, but it's a good picture that shows it. But that symbol right here of the weird looking L with the little dots and then the T with the little line in it, that's Don. That means like thunderous drum. Or it's the sound of a thunderous drum. Which is really cool to me. And it makes me think that that's the case. Yeah, and in Wano they use it a lot. But how I learned that this is a thing is from playing the One Piece TCG. Because this is on all the Dawn cards, which is like the mana system in the TCG, is the word Dawn. And I was like, what the fuck does that mean? And I looked it up. And it's like the banging of a heavy drum. Like the onomatopoeia for the banging of a heavy drum. Like we can see it the first time Luffy ever showed up in the manga is, hey, somebody else had the idea too on Reddit. That's dope. And then we see it here. Or that's the same one. And then that mean like that right there is like dun 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 in the thing where it shows like people dancing. But or like here's another example of Dawn. And this isn't even in One Piece, I don't think. But Dawn. Are there any more examples? That's like a more elaborate version of it. Because there's like ones that mean like dun 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 dun. And then there's just ones that's just the super heavy drum beat. But that's my theory. And I wouldn't be shocked if that's what the D stands for in their name, but I don't think that's what the D stands for in their name. But that's I think the Dawn here is just what's it called? I think it's a dual meaning because Oda likes that shit. Like, Oda really likes that stuff. Like, Oda really likes double meanings and entendres. And then the rest of the stuff, the rest of the what's it called? The prophecy is on a moonlit night, 20 years later, 9 samurai ghosts will emerge to kill you and fulfill their vengeance, so they can open Wano's borders. And I love how the dude says it too. He's just fucking with them. I think in the manga they use that for the Drums of Liberation, but I don't remember if it's in the anime. Just because I didn't watch that part of the anime, I'm caught up completely on the manga, but I didn't listen to the anime part. But I'm pretty sure they do in the manga. They use that kanji because it's don 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 don, and like the manga. And also another thing is Orochi is terrified of this what's it called? This prophecy. Because I think he knows that he done fucked up Aaron. You know what I mean? Like he knows that he didn't actually kill him. Cause there was no bodies. There's no bodies. For like half the people. And then he knows that the other ones that there's no bodies for that just completely disappeared. Like, it's just like, wow. It's just like, wow, that's one way to fuck everything up. And then we see Odin Castle was fucking huge before they destroyed it 20 years ago. And then there's everyone's graves. And it's just like, why you crying, Okiku? What you hiding?
Yeah.
And then we see
they do a good job of like keeping us in the dark about all of that stuff up until it's time.
I like how Law's just like, and we got some bad news, dude. they might not have made it. So you gotta be careful out there, Luffy. And then Kinemon comes out just like, oh my god, finally, I'm done. And it turns out from eating the food, he just has diarrhea. And Law just meant that he hasn't come out the bathroom. And it just cracks me up. Because Luffy just like, you son of a bitch. I thought they were dead. But they were just fine. And Law's just like, I never said they were dead.
Sound like you're doing like a half Donald Trump impression right now.
I'm not trying to.
You
But
good?
that-
It's just funny. I'm just pointing it out.
But it just cracks me up. He's just like, I never said he was dead. I can't do a Law voice. So I'm just trying to make my voice slightly deeper. I never said he was dead. You just assumed that. It's just like, motherfucker, you said you don't know if he's coming back and all this shit. It's just like, what the hell? Like, what you mean I didn't say he was dead? Motherfucker, you basically just said he was dead without using those words. It's like, we don't know if he's going to be with
You
us.
obviously wrote him off as a factor. You wrote him off as a like not coming back, or wrote him off as a possible like exit.
Yeah. And then you see Okiku's just like, oh, Master Keen, holy shit. You've returned. And everyone's just like, what the fuck is this bitch talking about? And then Momonosuke pops out. Everyone's freaking out. Kiku. And then we get the what's it called? The Straw Hats reuniting as a full crew for the first time in like 2 weeks. And I love how they're just like, oh yeah, we found your Fever card, so we can finally find you. Just like, oh, that makes sense. Oh yeah, I also love that Zoro gets lost on the way there because he feels someone's murderous intent, and then it's just separated from the Straw Hats for the next like 35 episodes because he doesn't know where the fuck he is or how to get anywhere, which cracks me up. Like, I find that hilarious. And, all that stuff's hilarious with the... I just find it hilarious. Like, Zoro's a fucking moron. Zoro has the power of a warlord of the sea, but has the directions of a toddler that ate a compass. Like, it's fucking hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like when Luffy used to be like, which way's north? I'm going to run in the direction that's coldest. Back on back on the place where Usopp's from. I forgot the name of that island. Or that town. But like, Zoro's directions are just so bad. And this is where we learn the truth that Toki sent them forward 20 years in time so they could come back and destroy Orochi. Oh yeah, let me see what this says real quick. On here, we're interested to hear what you think will happen. Law and Beppo, if anyone from the crew survives, maybe. Yeah, we do stuff like that on here, like speculation discussions.
We're kind of going as we go right now. Like, we've been building up a lot of speculations as we go, and we kind of build up some on the way. But nah, if you want to get into that, we definitely can.
So when you say that, do you mean like Law and Beppo and Penguin and Sachi in like this arc, or are you talking about?
You mean caught up. Like, cause you know what happens, like, right, with Blackbeard and all of them catching them. Yeah. So do you kind of speculate, what's going on? Like, after that, do you think they still will survive? And I ain't gonna lie, my answer is no.
I don't know if Penguin and Sachi survive, but Beppo, we know Beppo and Law got away. So, because Beppo beat
survive, like, going forward.
Fuck. Out of almost the entire crew in Sulong. Like, almost that entire group of Blackbeard,
Yeah, that little
like he beat,
that little like 2 minutes
yeah,
that he
he beat
threw up.
everybody by himself in so long form, which is fucking wild. You know, like that just shows like how strong Sulong is, because we've only seen like a super neutered like Carrot Sulong form, and then super neutered Dogstorm and Cat Viper because they're missing limbs. I don't even think we saw Dogstorms. I think we just saw Cat Vipers. But Cat Viper like lost an arm like a month and a half ago.
Cat Viper lost an arm and Dogstorm lost a leg.
Yeah, and you got to remember that's only like a month and a half ago, so they didn't have time to like train without it either. And we see that they were still beating up people, like they were still beating up people much stronger than Warlord of the Sea level, or the average Warlord of the Sea level, like probably near Dofi level. Like they were beating people near Dofi level. So like, and Beppo was able to beat fucking the dude that teleports and Jesus, and I think Teach was there too, right? Now who all was there? It was Van, the dude that can teleport, Jesus, and
Van Augur,
yeah, Van Augur,
Jesus Burgess,
Jesus,
Doc
and
Q was there.
Dot Q.
Doc Q was there. Pegasus.
I can't remember who else was there. I can't
I
remember
think
if
that's
Teach
it.
was there or not. I don't think so.
Which was wait, you talking about for the law? We still talking about the law thing, right? Or we
Yeah,
moved on?
yeah. The law thing.
Yeah, Teach was there. Yeah,
Okay,
Teach was
so
there.
no, he just beat that many people by himself in so long form. But you could like argue that they were tired from fighting
He
Law
didn't.
because
I
Law.
wouldn't. But I also wouldn't say that go so much as say that he just straight up beat them. He was the upper hand, and he did enough to get them off of them to give them enough chance to jump in. Because none of them were knocked out after he done that. Like they all got up and looked around, see where he was after all of that.
No, I feel
And for
like
for Blackbeard to still walk up and be able to grab his hat and laugh about it, as let you know. I mean, Sulong was great. It was enough to separate them. But as far as like going forward, like did he really do enough to like take them out? He didn't. Like he
well,
did enough to get away.
so what I should say in there, I consider it a win because he got jumped by 4 people and he shook them off fall long enough to run away.
I mean, it's a
Like,
temporary win. Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things where you got this battle. He didn't do what you want in this battle, but it's still a war
let's
going
say
on.
he
But
won
we
the
look
fight.
at, but still, you look at what the two sides came out of, like what both two sides had before this encounter, and what they lost after this encounter. Blackbeard definitely came out on top. But in the world of One Piece, of course, the one thing you want to come out with is your life. You don't
Yeah,
want
but
to, in the
also
rule
like
of piracy
in
or
Law's
capture.
crew.
You don't want to let people
Yeah,
escape your
but
grasp,
also
because
like
that's
that's
what
another
Garp.
thing is that Law's fruit is kind of completely useless to Blackbeard's people when you think
No,
about
it's
it.
not. No, it's not. That's one of the most prized fruits in all of One
No, I get
Piece.
that, but their doctor
Then you can't
already has
say
a. No, what I'm saying is like it's not that it's useless. I don't think there's one that could use it worth the shit in his crew. It's probably better because his
what are
doctor
you
already has
talking
one.
about? He doesn't need anybody in his crew to use it other than to die from it. What are you talking about?
I thought
The
you had to
entire
know how to
premise of
do
the
the.
op fruit.
You had to know how to do the surgery to be able to do it. Though I
Knowledge
guess he
costs
could get
money.
someone to. I guess he could
Yeah,
get find
knowledge costs
someone that could
money.
do it. But
Like he can find, yeah, he can find
because
that.
something
Like
tells
that's
me Law
finding
doesn't even
somebody
know
to
how to
do it,
do
the
it.
least of his worries. I I believe he does, because I don't think
Though,
Doflamingo would have went to his troubles of getting Law.
though there is the argument that if he would have captured both Beppo and Law, that he would have been like, "We'll kill Beppo if you don't do the surgery on me." And if like because of how much he's like, because him and Beppo are like real close, so
But
I
at
could
this
see that being an
point,
angle that he
at that
pulls
point, I
too.
wouldn't think that he would even have to go through all of that. When you have when you have the know-how to take anybody you want's devil fruit, I firmly believe that you're going to give them a couple chances to get to your side, and after that, If they don't come, you just gonna
You cut out
like.
there.
And then what? When you think about the whole thing of what point did I?
The I'm trying to remember the exact word. The come to your side is when it started bugging out. Where parts broke up. We can get them to come to your side. Hold on, Beppo goes hard, but do they become revs? Do they start a new crew? So we know that Law isn't contending for the One Piece because Law wasn't in the picture. And the picture like pretty much implies these are the people that have a legitimate chance to get the One Piece. So I don't think Law and Beppo have any chance of actually getting the One Piece unless Oda just did that as a massive fucking gaslight. But I don't think Oda would do a gaslight that big. And then I'll see how it could recruit from this. Beppo Chopper gives him a huge buff and Law's broken, but they seem like their crew worked really well. Yeah, like they worked well. The other thing you got to remember is when Blackbeard attacked him, Law's still recovering from his fight with Big Mom. So Law was still a little fucked up.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. I can hear you.
Yeah, like I fucking blacked out. Don't know what happened.
I got you.
I don't know what point. I don't know what point at which you heard and didn't hear.
The last thing that I could understand clear, like before he started cutting out, was to convince him to come over to your side.
To convince him to come over to your side.
Talking about Blackbeard, like if you know how to take a devil fruit from people, that you only
Oh
have
yeah,
to
when
do it a couple
when
times
when
to
you
convince
when
somebody
you're
before you just take it.
because like in that sense, because you mentioned about him interrogating or threatening Beppo's life in order to get him to do what he wants, and my thing was like when you have the power to take anyone's devil fruit you want, there's only so much you're gonna do to bring him to your side before you literally just take it from him and do what you want to do anyway. Like Law getting captured, which why I agree with you at this point. When you talk about what's a win and what's not, because in Blackbeard's case, what he's actually trying to get from you and his ultimate win is to take your devil fruit. So him getting away would put basically in the grand scheme of things would slow Blackbeard's plan. And a theory that I had, which I'm not gonna dig deep into, I'm just gonna touch on it, was why Luffy's kind of going so fast, kind of naturally. If what you and everyone else says about devil fruits having a mind of their own, then if Joy Boy's devil fruit in its mind realized that it doesn't have a lot of time, what if Blackbeard has already realized he doesn't have a lot of time? And the story kind of just hasn't told us that. And Law getting away was like slowing down Blackbeard's ultimate plan because there's a lot of instances in One Piece that if the villain got their way, I think it changes the story entirely. Like if Dofi got Law and had him to immortalize him, changes the story entirely. Like Dofi doesn't get written out, he becomes like pretty much the main antagonist. In Blackbeard's case, if he also catches Law, he not only has one of the biggest assets in the underground in the Op fruit, but he also has the option to be immortal, which could also do something for his plans.
Or if
It's just one of those things.
Jesus succeeded in catching Luffy while he was out of hockey.
Yeah, while he was, yeah, which would have sparked a different kind of atmosphere in Dressrosa. They would have to get him back. And I ain't gonna lie, doing that with Doflamingo on their heels too would have been almost impossible.
Yeah, and then or Jesus getting his hands on the Marimare fruit, because Jesus with the Marimare fruit would be way stronger than him with the strength fruit, in my opinion. Like not physically stronger, but like the threat it poses with someone as powerful as Jesus to get the fire fruit also, because he's naturally just super fucking strong. I think he would have been stronger with the Marimare fruit than with the what is it called? Is it the strength fruit?
Yeah, well, I don't know the Japanese name, but
I think that's what it's called. Riki no Mi. Strong, strong. That's what it's called. The strong, strong fruit. It means strength. So in Japanese, it is the strength, strength fruit, but the English name is the strong, strong fruit. Yeah. Um, and then Blackbeard's crew. They could be the downfall just because, like, most of the crews that we see, it's because they believe in the person's vision that they're following so completely. Or they believe in the vision or the person that they're following so completely that they'll follow them to the ends of the earth. But Blackbeard's people, it's like they're just collecting power for the sake of having power, is what it feels like. So I could see them, like, if shit goes south, betraying him. Oh no, we were talking about Jesus' fruit, the Riki Riki, strong strong. We know Dopher's fruit is the string string, but we were talking about Jesus' Burgess's, or Jesus Burgess, whatever one you want to call him. But also, like, the whole thing, like, he's the darkness fruit, so, like, if you think about it in, like, that regard, like, brings out the darkest part of all of his crewmates too, maybe. So, because they haven't really explained what they mean by darkness, which is, like, something I want a better example of what they mean by darkness. Because there's so many different ways to take it. Like, my theory is that it's actually antimatter. Or not antimatter. What I talked to you about it. Gravitrons. That's what it. I think that it's the gravitrons fruit, which are the thing that's responsible for creating gravity. Theoretically, the things that create gravity, because it works exactly how graviton, like, his power works exactly how gravitons theoretically work. But like how his power works, and he calls it the gravity of darkness. So, but I don't know. I'm just waiting to hear more about the fruit before I actually, like, try to make a video on it. Being that, just because we don't know much except for that it's darkness, and that's all they say. And he can't become actual shadows like most Logias, like, actually turn into the thing. So it's one of those weird things.
That's also like a good thing to point out too, because in Blackbeard's case, we see a lot of anomalies, so to speak, with his devil fruit that are very, very different than what we've seen in with Logias. Especially the one about how his devil fruit takes, like, he doesn't actually take on the matter of darkness like everyone else does. He's not a dark man. Stuff doesn't pass through him like everyone else. It's almost like the darkness eat. You know what I'm saying? Like, anything that goes through his front doesn't come out of the back.
Yeah,
And
he
I
can
need to
also
go look at
open
that
dark
again.
hole.
I'm
He
not
can
going to
also
trademark
open
that. I
black
really
holes,
think that nothing goes.
which is theoretically what gravitons do. If gravitons actually exist, that's what makes black holes. So there's so many fucking questions that I want Oda to answer about this man. Like, how's he got two? Yeah, that's the big question. Like, all these questions about the dark fruit dragon, my ass is just like, how he got two of them things. I want to know if the theory of him being three people stuck together is true.
Fruit.
Because that's
No, like,
or him having a fruit
the
that
whole
gives
thing
him three
about him.
stomachs.
Hold on, I'm lagging again.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's what
no,
it
I
is.
don't even think it was the theory about Blackbeard. The one I identified the most with his three is the one about him having three selves, like three different identities. And some people, I saw one that said that he already ate his third devil fruit. He just hadn't told nobody, because the whole thing with Shanks' scar. What was it that I saw? It was Shanks' scar has three strikes on it, and I think the blade that they said is supposed to be from the little Wolverine claw
Yeah,
type
his
thing
claws.
actually has four blades on it. They said it actually had four blades on it when I saw the picture that they showed.
I can actually check.
So some people said that he actually has a third zone already, and it's like some kind of demon fox, not like a nine-tailed fox, some other kind of thing.
I saw the Japanese thing. It's a like a Japanese yokai that has three stomachs. It's like a I know what you're
Yeah,
talking about.
yeah,
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 the theory.
yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah, I can't
It's
remember his
literally
name, and
that.
it has like a three clawed paw. Yeah, and also that animal never sleeps. Like the thing about that what's it called that that yokai is supposed to never sleep, and that's another reason why people think it is one of his fruits because Teach doesn't sleep. Which that has to suck never sleeping. On a side note,
Oh yeah,
yeah, he is. He could be different. Which also like if he's different, like biologically, like a different like mini species or race, I don't think he's a different race or anything like that. Just because Big Mom would have known about it. Because Big Mom says like there's only one that's not in my crew, and she thinks that the rest of the ones that's not in her crew are extinct. Like she thinks that the what's it called, the Lunarians are extinct and the Buccaneers are extinct. Cause like no one knew that Kuma was actually a Buccaneer, except for like the world government and the Celestial Dragons. So I think there's just like it could be some like special thing from like his inheritance, but I don't think he's a different race. And then we learn back to the what happened in the episodes is we learned that Odin was so well respected by the people of Wano that they renamed like an entire town and castle to Odin's Town and Odin Castle because people just respected him so much. But it turns out he wasn't a great guy at the start. He was a delinquent that just goofed off all the time. But he got kicked out by the Shogun, his dad. Got kicked out of the main city. And he just made a lawless place full of bandits and made the bandits get their shit together and show them that there's a way to live a better life. And then they got everything put together. He beat the crap out of this dude named Ashura Doji. We're probably going to run into him later. We do, 100% next episode. And becomes the leader of Curry at the age of 20 after showing everybody that, like, being a dick like he was, where he's just a massive goofball, isn't the way to go. I just like that. Like, it turned out, like, how they describe Odin reminds me a lot of Zoro. You know what I mean? Like he didn't
oh
do,
for
like, the
real.
exact same stuff as
Uh,
Odin, but he was, like, temperamentally and all that stuff. He is so similar to Odin. Like, so similar. Like, when we see Zoro's flashbacks, like when he meets Yosu and the other guy, like that reminds me of Odin a lot. Like the backstory
Yosuke and
about
Johnny.
Yosuke
So like Yosuke
and
and Johnny, and
yeah,
how he walked up on him pretty much. They just kind of around the same kind of setup.
yeah, that's super similar to what happened with Odin. So that would also make sense why he works with Enma so well.
Right.
But it just reminds me so much of Zoro, but also it makes sense because Zoro's supposed to be the descendant of like one of the greatest people to ever come from Wano and Ryuma.
That's a good parallel right there too. That's another thing to look at for Zoro.
Um, so I don't I don't think we have enough time today to answer that question with like the entirety of what I think it is. when it comes to the Gorosei, because it's like an entire, like I could make an entire video, and I'm going to at some point as soon as we learn more, because I just don't want to shoot this in the dark because of how far fetched it sounds. But basically, I think that they are all so it's kind of hard to say. So I think they are all not their actual forms, but what the idea of them is that they're based on old Jewish mythology, because the circles that are used to summon them and recall them and everything are just Solomon circles from Solomonic magic, which is like one of the earliest versions of those circles in history. And in the end game of One Piece, Oda likes using a lot of Hebrew words like seraphim and stuff like that. Like in the end game, there's a lot of Jewish tie-ins, and also like the seraphims are supposed to have fire on their back and stuff like that, and then we see King and the actual seraphim, like, so it's like very similar to the seraphim that are called in the later books of the Bible.
We definitely talk about stuff like this all the time. We usually stream on Sundays, like today, around the same time, around 11 or so Central Time. But yeah, we definitely love to have you discuss more.
Yeah,
Definitely love it.
but yeah, it's like I'm eventually, once we learn more about them, I'm gonna make an entire video that's probably gonna be like a 40-minute video, or two
And
like 15-20 minute videos.
even so, like we're slowly approaching where we're gonna get to Egghead and talk about the Seraphim and more of this. So we'll get to the points
Yeah,
where we can talk about this like in its wholeheartedly, entirely when we actually look through the lens we've been looking through One Piece for.
yeah. And then like an even crazier aspect is, like, to tie in with all that stuff, is the Sunny is a lion that's born after the lamb dies, because the Mary was a lamb. And then that's what Jesus is, and Jesus' version of the lion when he goes to heaven is that he has 7 horns, and the lion on the Sunny has 7 triangles behind its head. Yeah, I don't think any of that stuff's an accident. But I think that all ties into the Gorosei stuff and how strong they are. And I think it's just,
which we definitely gonna get to.
yeah. But we just need a little bit more clarity before it becomes one of those things that like just a little more clarity, because it's like the best way to say it is that it's a lot of dots that make a relatively straight line, but I just need like one more dot on the graph to be like, there's no possible way this is a coincidence. Who the Egghead will be fun now that we get. Yeah, so I don't know if we're gonna do the whole. We haven't decided how when we get there, since the anime didn't finish
I mean,
Egghead.
we're definitely doing the first half because it's
Yeah,
already
yeah,
out.
we're gonna
The whole
everything
thing,
that's
the whole
animated
thing
we're gonna
about,
do for
I mean,
sure.
the whole thing is like but the thing is we don't have to stop doing Egghead. It's like either we wait till the anime comes out or we just switch over and do
Yeah,
the
yeah,
manga to cover the story, which I think is at this point when you think about it in the grand scheme of things, it's probably better to just finish the actual story until we're
yeah. I
caught
think
up to
just
the
stopping
manga.
at Elbeth instead of stopping at Egghead is the
Yeah,
play. But it's
yeah,
also,
stopping
we're
at
gonna we want to know like what other people think we should do, if we should, because we're not
we'll
a
take y'all's whole, opinion and stuff
yeah
on it
we're not
and
a
which way we
One
want to.
Piece channel. We're an anime channel, and it's just One Piece just so happens to be the one that we had like the coolest idea for, and also like everything with Egghead was fucking crazy. So there was no reason not to do it, sort of thing. Or the end of Wano was crazy, and so there was no reason not to do it because it looked like the best one to do out of all the options. And I didn't want to touch Boruto with the 10-foot pole because I don't like Boruto.
That
And
Boruto.
so
And it's 4 reasons why people say they don't like Boruto is reasons I watch it because it's actually like y'all are the people who don't like Boruto. I'm gonna tell you right now, y'all are very valid. But I need you to put a point on your hatred and look at where it starts to change, and then you'll see. And in Two Blue Vortex, chef's kiss. Everything you hated about Boruto was fixed in Two Blue Vortex.
So
Everything.
this is my big thing with the Boruto stuff is that the movie was fucking fantastic, and then
And
the
then they
rest,
decanonized it.
yeah. And I was just like, well, fuck it, I ain't watching your shit then.
I'm not gonna lie, that was a
I
big
was just
stamp
like,
for
you gave
me.
me
I
you
have
gave me
to.
this banger ass thing, and then told me it doesn't matter. Like, no, fuck y'all.
Yeah, they took it, and the new fight really wasn't the same.
Yeah,
I
it's so
like the
much
new fight
worse.
choreography wise. It's more choreography focused, but power scale wise, they did the worst. And it wasn't even the movie wasn't even like overpowered either with what they did. They did everything that they've always done. It's just Momoshiki wasn't that guy. And then they brought him back and then gave him that other power up, which I don't like that other power up. I thought you could have did what y'all did, make him, sacrifice the sacrifice turned into still could have made him do all that other stuff. And y'all could have gave him the new form, but still also made him do like that big Earth style that he did. But again, we're talking about One Piece. But yeah. Let us know though, guys. What anime do y'all actually want us to do next? We got a lot in the air that we thinking about doing. We got ideas for a couple of them, but we just don't know where we're gonna go. Uh, yeah,
Yeah, I'm kind of leaning towards Hunter x Hunter,
yeah.
just because that's the easiest one to like come up with the thing for. And Dragon's never seen Hunter x Hunter,
I've never seen it.
so I think that'd be the
At
best
all.
one
Like no
during the
spoilers. I've
like
seen like I
post
know
decade.
no characters about it. I know Kahlua, and that's it.
Yeah, you know
And
Killer
that's
with the
it.
goat. That's it.
That's it.
Well, you know the memes of
Nobody else.
Killer will being the goat of the
Yeah,
goat.
like everyone saying, when they talk about rage moments and Gones being like top five, I couldn't
I
even
think it's
tell you.
top three,
Like,
but beside the point.
um, yeah. But let us know, guys.
I haven't actually seen
Let us
that.
know.
So the stuff that we pick is it's not based on how long or short it is. It's based on is the is the lesson we can learn from it, not if it's important enough, but is it easy enough to explain without is it easy enough to explain in 25 episode increments? That
I
way
don't
it
even think
doesn't
it
have
has
to
to be
be the
5
entire.
episode increments.
Yeah. But
Because
that you
like
can
once you
see
be,
bits of it in 25 episode increments.
I see what you're saying. Like you
Yeah.
don't want to go too many episodes because then first off, I mean, I don't mind being here longer, but
Yeah.
it's be like a lot to cover, and like the swing of it would be like almost too much.
Yeah.
Like if we do more than 25 episodes, it'll almost be like we're talking like two separate arcs with two separate
Yeah.
things happening
Well,
at one time.
25 episodes is what's it called? I think is the perfect amount
I mean,
because
25 episodes isn't a whole season for a lot of these
yeah, it's
shows.
like but like in the old gen stuff, which is what we're looking at is more so like what's considered old gen now because it's the stuff that has the most people talking about it. Um but we also don't want to do something that only has one season, 1 or 2 seasons because we don't want them to be able to be at the last second. The lesson to learn is different. Like Hill's Paradise when the second season comes out might be a good one when
Oh,
the
that's
second
fair.
season
That'd be a
finishes
good one to do.
because it's already over. Like the manga's
The
done.
manga's over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like one that we can like go back, read the manga and be like, "Oh yeah, that fits perfect." So
I
that's
mean, I
like the
wouldn't
main
even
way to pick
mind.
stuff.
I wouldn't even mind, like, even just not even doing just the animes. I mean, I wouldn't even mind just doing mangas as well, too.
Yeah. But the problem
Me
is
myself, because it's
if
gonna
we
turn
do
into it, because
mangas
it's like
is that we gotta there's one that
not
we
just
gotta do and I don't think
like
we can
not
do it
like
justice.
not like new mangas. I'm talking like mangas that's like already anime or set to be anime.
What I mean is like we gotta do Berserk, but I don't think we can do Berserk justice if we do mangas. Just
All
cause
right.
there's so much in
Um,
Berserk.
I mean, only thing we can do is try. But
Yeah.
yo, we are getting way off topic.
Yeah, we're
We
getting
done
way
got
off topic.
way off topic.
Yeah, we'll do a stream one day to pick what it is with people. Well, I'll post it in the community tab. So we can see what people think the thing should be in March. We're gonna do it in March. So we'll get back to where we at with we're getting way off topic. This is gonna be longer than normal. So we get back to how it is. We learned that Dogstorm finally made it to Wano, and we see that they've been to Wano forever.
Yeah, they start to reveal a lot of the pieces that was already put in place that are coming back in are starting to show their connection to the area that they're in now. And I ain't gonna lie, the connection of Dogstorm and them being in Wano was a shock.
Yeah, especially like people like you see like Odin didn't give a fuck with theirs either, because you saw like when they showed up like people were being racist against them and stuff, and then Odin was
Of
just
course.
like, dude, that's sick. What's up, my bro?
That's
Like,
how it goes, man.
like,
But
dude, you
that's the
mean
back
you're
to
like a
that same
werewolf?
classism
What?
stuff. That's that same classism, like noble type stuff. And that's another thing too. It's crazy that Wano has no affiliation with the world government, but they have that same noblest attitude like the rest of the world does.
Well, they're being
And I know
run
we
by
touched
the
on it
same type of
earlier.
person though.
Yeah. I mean, but that has to be something that's been ingrained over time. I mean, the honor aspect and all of that has
Well,
always
yeah,
been
because like they were doing all that stuff when they had a just ruler. So yeah, you're right.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So I guess it's almost like old habits die hard. And in that same aspect, I think that's probably one of the same reasons it's keeping them down. And that's a good metaphor for the world too, in One Piece. You think about all those nobles and stuff that happen, like all the nobles around the world that we've seen act and unact. Acting like on the sidelines is what I'm trying to say. Once you go back and forth and look at all the traits and stuff that they do, there's only a few instances where you see the nobles actually had to get up and do something. Because let's talk about just Hightown. Hightown, with those nobles, of course, they resented, everyone else. Great Terminal, all the lower people, they resented the absolute hell out of them. And when the Celestial Dragon came in, they did everything they could to keep the peace, keep the atmosphere up. And as a result, Sabo died. But I think about like Dressrosa. You know what I'm saying? Like, they didn't really say about nobles and stuff in there, or higher ups and stuff in Dressrosa. But I'm gonna take the situation in Dressrosa and put it in like synonymous with the situation at the Reverie. How what the nobles were doing versus the Celestial Dragons is higher than nobles doing versus what the slaves and the servants and all them were doing. Of course, slave and stuff running around. Whoever was there had to stay. The slaves had to stay with their Celestial Dragon. People running around. They really kept that separation and not really working together. And then we get to Wano. When you look at the same separation is there, but you look at the situation, and it's like y'all, if the least of people should be talking about nobility and looking down on people for class and stuff, because y'all is in a horrible situation. Like y'all getting ran by pirates, and across One Piece, pirates been looking at like scum of the scum. So it's not consistent. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, the only thing that's consistent is that it's inconsistent.
Yeah, but that's a good thing though, because it shows just how far the lost the will to fight for Wano is. Like somebody like Bello Betty right now is what Wano needs, and it's like bleeding out. It's like screaming out.
Yeah, it is pretty low.
And showing us Bello Betty and then before Wano was great. So kind of see what she does to kind of see the synonymous in Lelucia and Wano, because I think that's what Oda does a lot, showing us the stuff that's around to keep us in to see what's going on in the area that we are.
Yeah, there's a lot of that stuff. Like another example is what's it called? Fishman Island and Arlong Park. It's like the opposite Like, or it's like the inverse. You know what I mean? Like the parallel.
You're
It's
right.
like the inverse of what happens.
You're 100% right.
And then I don't really think they have to worry about that because anyone that's lower than Jack's power level will just get clapped by the chick that stayed, the dog chick that stayed. That's stronger than Carrot.
Facts. Facts.
Like I just think
What
they'll
you
just
said? You talking about Wanda?
yeah Wanda. Like I don't think they have to worry about because somebody has to show an army has to show up, led by someone stronger than led by someone as strong as Jack to beat the shit out of Wanda and the dude that's as strong as Pedro that's left. Because we saw Pedro's as tired Pedro is almost as strong as Sparrow.
Right. And we see what Jack brings to the table. And
Yeah.
in the way the people already
And
have
Jack
that fear for
lost the
Jack.
fight originally. It wasn't until he poisoned him that he did something.
Right. Yeah.
Because
He,
Neko originally beat him.
and then Jack
Nekomamushi
is
beat him.
funny too. Cause you mentioned it's like you're right, cause they would end up having to bring somebody as strong as Jack or better, just for these people to almost believe because of how they fear Jack and how they kind of put that pedestal on Jack. But I mean,
But
even
also,
then,
Zenusha also has permission to defend itself now,
yeah,
which is another
Zanisha,
thing.
yeah,
Momonosuke and Luffy gave him permission to defend themselves to defend himself. So the next time someone on Jack's level, we don't know if there's anyone strong enough to straight up destroy Zenusha without getting clapped back. Well, like Shanks, Kaido, and the Gorosei might be able to, but like Gear 5 Luffy maybe. But there's probably not that many people. And then most of them wouldn't have a reason to go after Zoe. And then the Most Guard is the only one we saw really stand up. Well, Homing did too. Homing died for it. But Doflamingo's dad, he did it too. And also, Most Guard and Homing are either brothers or cousins. They're both Don Quixotes, which is interesting. And then the Revs. I'm not sure what you mean by when you say the Revs.
revolutionaries.
Oh, revolutionaries. I'm so close to calling them Revos because that's what people call them in the
No,
card game.
no, Revs. It's always been Revs
I get that, but I'm
forever.
saying it like
But people in the
the
card game
nickname
call
of
them
the
Revos. Y'all weird.
that's the name of the archetype because it's easier to say Revo than because
I
other
would
stuff
say
say
it's easier to
Rev.
say Rev.
There's other
I
stuff
say
that
it's
can
easier
say
to say
Rev
Rev.
too. There's other stuff that can say
Well, that's
Rev too.
that's why. That's why
Yeah,
there
so I'm
isn't
used
any
to them
really
being
such thing as an
Revos.
actual One Piece that can say anything else.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
One
yeah.
Piece
So
itself can
it's
be
just in
called
my
that.
head because that's the deck I play. Is I play Revolutionary Army. Like I have both versions of Revolutionary Army built. Uh, so in my head, I'm always just like Revo. Feel like Dragon and Sabo are really the only. Well, we saw the captains are heroes too. Like the captains, like Karasu and them, they're they're heroes too. And Koala's like the best poster child for why the world government system doesn't work.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. She is.
Like
She is.
because she disproves everything that they say about why you should be racist against fishmen. Like her entire story, because she's the girl that Fisher Tiger saved.
And you mentioned Koala too. You think, yeah, if y'all a lot of I didn't know that. It took me two watch throughs to realize
Yeah,
Koala
I
was the
didn't
girl
know
that
that
Fish Tiger
until
saved.
you told me, like pointed it out. I was just like, oh shit, her name is Kwa. Oh shit, and that's also
Yeah.
why she's
And
a master of fishman karate.
you remember too, that's another parallel for Wano too and Koala because you remember what Koala did the whole time. You remember when she was with the Celestial Dragons, how she came back. She was forcing herself to smile and stay happy all the time. And it was Fisher Tiger who was the one that told her to let it all out. And she
Yeah,
finally cried. And then she went back to being that happy person almost naturally. So
yeah,
you
and that's
talk
what
about,
happens with Toko soon. Toko.
Yeah, like Otoko, yeah. So in Wano, it's almost the reverse. Like these people are upset, but they got forced to smile. And it's only the people like Toko who kind of just have identified with it and just go. Like she tells jokes, you know what I'm saying? Really dark jokes,
Hurt in the
stuff that
head.
child shouldn't say. Yeah, type stuff. The way these adults were looking at her when she starts talking, which we'll get to probably next week or so when we meet her. Or is it this week?
No,
I
we
think
meet
it's
her this
this
week.
week.
It's like
We do.
2 episodes before, or 3. Yeah, because Soba Mask is the last episode this week.
Yeah, because I was ready to get to Sanji. Sanji's
Yeah,
a high point for me. That's probably why I overlooked it.
yeah.
But
But
nah. But in Toko's case, like yeah, she Toko and Koala's case, they're almost like inverts, but they both kind of,
yeah,
you know what I'm saying? They kind of show.
so yeah, I don't see Lindbergh doing too much, but Karasu unironically has one of the highest potentials of any Logia in the show. So I wouldn't count Karasu out, just because like people underplay how OP being Ash is. Like, especially
Nah, you
since he can
see
create it.
Karasu in action, like Karasu in action. He was
Well, I was saying like
he's
you
pretty
can just
much.
like
I know
choke
what you
people
mean, but
and stuff like that. Like how
Karasu
the broken stuff Caesar can do if Caesar wasn't a fucking retard.
Yeah, but I think Cross was better than Caesar in the way I'm finna explain. Not
Yeah,
in probably some other ways it is, but when you see Karasu and the other captains fight, you see he's kind of the floor general. He's kind of making everything move. He keeps communication between everybody. If somebody need to move somewhere, you see he can do that. He told everybody get him to get everybody else out and go. Of course, Morley himself too has his own way of transportation, but in Bello Betty case and Lindbergh case, I think Lindbergh has probably he think he can move, but when it's actually to go somewhere and stuff like that, that preparation, that intel probably comes from Karasu, because Karasu can be multiple places at one time. You see, the famous part is when Sabo had that piece of ash and was talking to him through it.
yeah, he's like the only Logia that can do stuff like that.
Yeah,
Except for
which is
like
freaking
you
insane.
might be able to do it. Like Green Bull might be able to do it.
Yeah, Green Bull. Yeah, I
Like
think he probably could move between.
he could probably
I don't
like
know,
make an
man.
ear for him or something like that. But
Yeah,
Karasu is probably has the single best infiltration thing that we've seen so far. Like the only thing that's
yeah.
better for infiltration would be Van Augers wouldn't even be better than that because Van Auger has to be able to see where he's going. So yeah.
But what about Caribou at this point? I mean, he's infiltrated everywhere and it's been unseen
But he hasn't
at
really
this
broken
point.
anywhere crazy though.
I mean, the treasure room of the Ryugu Palace is pretty
Yeah, while
insane.
they were fighting Zoro though.
Well, yeah, big
So they
distraction.
needed
That's
it.
true.
Yeah, yeah, like everything's. But like Karasu broke into the most heavily guarded place in the world, and no one knew he was there. Like Sabo did too, but like they eventually caught Sabo. But Karasu, they had no idea Karasu was even fucking there until he wants you to know he's there. I feel like strong hockey. Well, if Karasu has strong hockey, and I feel like he has to have, like, we haven't seen him fight, but like, if you have strong hockey, like we've seen, if you have strong observation hockey, you can counter the downside of a Logia. So, all he would need would be good observation hockey, advanced observation hockey, and then that downside's pretty much gone. Okay, everyone has that weakness, like getting hit by armament hockey will hurt you even if you're a normal person. So Soot is just such a like randomly OP power. Like it feels like it should suck. But then when you think about like the applications that you can do with it, you can just fill people's lungs with fucking soot. Like you could just like fight someone and constantly release like constantly be releasing microscopic bits of soot in the air, and then slowly they'll just fucking die. Yeah, but he got into Marie Joie because of Morley, not by himself. Karasu just popped up in that bitch. Like Karasu was everywhere at once. I think Sabo would have got found out eventually, even if he didn't intervene. Just cause, like, it's impossible to catch the soot guy, but a normal person that can turn into fire is easier to catch. Uh, Back to the story though, we learned Toki sent Raizo, Kanjuro, Momonosuke, and wasn't there one more person that she sent into the future? Or did it just show 5 people in the thing? I think it just showed 5 people. 5 adults. And we learned that Momonosuke had a sister, but the sister wasn't dead. So they don't know where the sister is. And we learned that his Momo's mom is dead. Is for sure dead. And they found her body. And that the Wano that Kinemon came back to is so much worse than it was 20 years ago. And the entire land of Wano that doesn't live in the flower capital, and some people that live in the flower capital want to join up and help them defeat Orochi because of how terrible Orochi is. And we learned there's a crescent moon on people's ankle that are against Kaido and Orochi. And that's how we ended up at running into Kinemon and Co. And we learned the great big plan is to do a raid on Kaido's house. Because that can't go wrong at all.
We really like come to the apex of everything that they've actually prepared for in
Yeah,
the
this
grand
is
scheme
like
of
where,
everything. When you
like,
talk about like what they're taking on at this point, the only thing they've done remotely close to this, what they're about to do, is go into Dressrosa to Doflamingo. No, actually, no, yeah, go into Dressrosa for Doflamingo because the situation in Whole Cake was to get Sanji and leave.
yeah. But also like
Dressrosa
that,
was to take down the whole factory infrastructure and all of that.
but that
But
still
now
doesn't
they're
feel
going
like
for
anywhere near it. But
yeah, because now we're actually going to hurt somebody. We're actually going to take out
also,
a guy.
Dressrosa was just like the size of a city. Wano's like an entire fucking country. Like I know
I
Dressrosa
mean,
is still a country, but it
Onigashima
was,
is pretty much a small island.
yeah,
Like in the grand scheme of things, it's pretty much a small island.
yeah,
Um,
with a big ass mansion on it. Like that thing's huge.
yeah, I
Yeah,
mean the island itself is pretty much a big floating like cave system.
yeah, I do want to see more Karasu fight. I want to see his hockey. And we learned during the
I
Fire
think he'll
Festival.
him with Haki will be the same thing, and the him with Haki will be the same thing like Robin with Haki.
Yeah, where it's like randomly super OP.
Yep.
That's what I want. I want fucking advanced armament, fucking hockey with Robin, especially with her giant form.
It'll be, and then it works perfectly for her.
I know that
I
should
think
be
it's gonna
so
happen.
fire.
I think like it's gonna happen. Like in Elbath, it's no way it doesn't. The
Oh
way
yeah,
it was proved
especially
about
with
the
Saul.
rest.
Like I hope like Saul gets fucked up and she's like, "You motherfucker," and then goes
They've
giant
alluded
form.
to him dying twice now. No, he's technically been dead 3 times. We approached him in the water, thought he was dead. He wasn't. Scared Robin. The whole series thought he was dead, and found out he wasn't, and literally
Akiji
did the same thing
pretended to
as
kill
an
him too.
act. I'm talking about that one. Yeah, that was the second time. That's why we thought he was dead the whole series. And then he comes back, and then now he fakes death again. You know, that's your 3 times. That's your 3 strikes, buddy.
Yeah,
Like next time is gonna be for real.
yeah. But I just want to see the giant form with hockey Cause that would be fucking wild. Just
And speaking of giant, on
like just
Onigashima,
imagine her
we was
using
just
fucking Fishman karate in the giant form.
yeah.
Cause she
But
knows all the palm strikes.
while you talking about giants and stuff, when we go to Onigashima, the whole big conspiracy, I'd be remiss to not mention that giant sword. That also, now we got an even bigger sword in freaking Elbath. And yeah, nah, giant swords. Uh, I I I believe it's gonna be a size comparison to one of those swords later in this show we call One Piece.
I wonder if we're gonna get to see like Glefnir, something like that, like the spear of Odin, Glefnir, or like Sleipnir, the horse that can run through universes in Norse mythology, stuff like that. I kind of hope so. Like I hope there's something like a devil fruit like related to Sleipnir and stuff like that, and what's it called? And Elbath, just because that'd be so fucking cool. And then we learn the super secret crow snake thingamajigger picture that they're gonna pass out. I forgot what it means. And then Nami's just like, we're gonna turn you into a ninja, Nami. Deal with it. Brooke, you're getting supplies. Sanji's gonna cook a bunch of food. Aljaru got the sword through his head. I saw I can't prove it, but it'd be so fucking dope if it's the sword Big Mom deflected as a little kid. Because I think we see his face after that. But if it is, that'd be so fucking dope. Cause isn't he the one that tried to stab Big Mom? If I remember correctly. Not the one that attacked her, but the one that. So. Because it. Or it could have been Loki. That's another thing. Loki could have stabbed him in the face, Andrew. Then. I love Chopper dressed as a ninja also, because he reminds me of Tum Tum from the Three Ninjas.
Oh.
You remember?
No.
You don't remember the Three Ninjas? Rocky, Colt, and Tum Tum?
Oh, far before my time, buddy.
Shit, they were before my time, but they just said ninjas, so I watched them growing up because I love ninjas growing up. But that he just reminds me of Tum Tum so much. And then we meet, what's her name? I can't remember. Shinobu, yeah. I'm not gonna lie, her gimmick got boring the second time she said it. That's
the point.
The mature woman.
You either like it or you don't. That's the point of gags. That's the whole thing with Sanji's thing. You either like it or you don't. Jenna hates Sanji. Like, I know people that walk around that hate Sanji. And it's because of that. You either like it or you don't. Like, it's a gag. That's what gags are.
I get that, but there's some gags that it's just like they grow on you over time, but that mature woman shit, that never grow on me.
And there's some that just don't, and that's one of them. Like, you either like it or you don't.
Yeah. And then we meet Shootin' Maru. There's no way he's somebody that we've talked about in the past.
Shootin' Maru.
This episode. There's no way he has anything to do. There's no way he has anything to do with that Ashura guy that we talked about earlier. No possible way. There's no way. They just look exactly the same. So there's no way. And he just went back to being bandit and making every woman's life miserable. And I like how he spares the old woman because the old woman reminds him of who he used to be. Because he's just like, do you know who you are? Or who you're quoting? A dead woman? And she's just like, I believe that the 9 samurai will fulfill Odin's wishes. And he's like, fool, there's no battle without a general to lead. And then he walks away from her because he was going to kill her. And then we see he's pretty strong. He fights Jack. They fuck each other up. Like, you would expect Jack to just win.
I think that was literally that point for just like how you mentioned he was strong for the reader, because we just mentioned that Jack was a symbol of strength even for Okabori Town. So him fighting Jack shows why they it shows why Hold'em believed that they would side with the what they call themselves Atayama Thieves Brigade.
It's something like that, yeah.
It makes sense why Hold'em thought that they were siding with them, because he went against Jack and was a match for him. It makes the absolute perfect sense, and he showed that to the audience too. So like, yeah, you just said it yourself, just straight up off the top of your head. It just proved the exact same thing.
And then he's also like, you can also see Sudamaru is like, I've lost my chance for a meaningful death, so I'm not gonna let some underling like you kill me. So he's like, I'm not gonna be killed in some meaningless way. And then we get Kaido rocking up because Kaido is drunk as fuck.
But him transforming into his dragon form was awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty lit. Oh yeah, and we get the the super famous.
Correct me real quick. Correct me if I'm wrong. Chat, you too. Correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't that the first Zoan transformation we fully see? Besides maybe only person I can think of is maybe Marco. Maybe, but do I even call him a transformation? He's more like a flame on.
No, we've seen Rob Lucci in his full leopard form.
Like, I mean, no, like actually the animation from human or whatever to dragon,
to
the actual
to full. Oh.
Yeah, like we saw him go like grow his head, the neck come out. We saw his arms and stuff go in. We saw his coat come across his neck with the fire come out, and lastly we saw his legs turn into his tail when he jumped up. So like I remember when Luffy transformed into his Gear 5 in Egghead, when they put all that in it, and then Lucci right behind him did that. That's when we see an actual transformation, you know? Like that's what I'm saying. In the grand scheme, like yeah, like because Lucci's, we've seen him, but I don't know if we actually seen him transform before this or before the Egghead time.
I want to say the dude with the dog fruit. We saw him
Jabbar.
Like fully transform into his hybrid form.
You know what?
Like
yeah,
I think his
I do
like we see his fingers grow and shit like that.
Yeah, you know correctly. What? I do remember that.
If I remember correctly, and we like see him
like
because
subtle.
they show it off like him transforming like a werewolf, but he doesn't turn into the actual dog. But so that's the closest thing I can think of.
Yeah, but I just thought, I thought about that watching. It was like one of those things.
That's the closest is like the thing like him growing the claws and then the snout, but he didn't like fully transform. He just like transformed into a werewolf. I think the only other time that we've seen it, it's later on because I think Yamato does it. If I remember correctly. Like does the whole thing to transform into her lightning dog form. Like I think we get a moment like that if I remember correctly. Like when she goes to rescue, what's it called during the raid? So I think that is the first time we've seen the entire transformation from one to the other.
Yeah, because when we starting to see that now, like these things, these transformations and stuff starting to get a little more animated, and that be one of the things, it's all a tribute to old, Toriyama Sensei at the end of the day with the Dragon Ball Super Saiyan
Yeah.
transformations that we've all come to love so much. So,
Well,
it ain't nothing but a tribute.
what's it called? The biggest fan of Akira Toriyama in history is Oda. Like Oda credits everything that he's ever done to being a fan of Akira Toriyama. Like he considers
Rest in peace.
Doctor Slump to be the single greatest formative thing on his
Oh,
personality and what he thinks is funny. Like there's an interview that I read where they were just like, "So what is like your favorite thing?" And he was like, "Doctor Slump." Cause like to like explain like how big Doctor Slump was in Japan is it was bigger than The Simpsons was in America to the people of Japan. Like you know how big The Simpsons was here?
yeah.
Like when The Simpsons first came on, it was like the biggest thing ever. Is like what Doctor Slump was watched by like 12% more people in Japan, percentage wise, than watched The Simpsons. Like that's how big of a deal it was, and that's why, like, he like almost everything is a homage to Akira Toriyama, because
Pretty
it's
much.
like his favorite series of all time is Doctor Slump,
Pretty much.
which is
Pretty
really
much.
cool.
Pretty much.
R.I.P. to the goat.
RP to the goat.
And then
RP.
I do like here when we're gonna get the Kaido fight, but a big thing that I do want to point out, the thing that pisses him off to where he's like, "I'm gonna go find this Straw Hat kid and we're gonna fucking fight," is he says, "Living is suffering. I'm so sick of it all." And then he takes another swig of sake and he transforms. Like that's what Kaido says right before he just like, you know what, fuck it, I'm gonna go kick this dude's ass.
Kaido, it's very, you see, we talk about what we just come from. That's what I like about Oda in his writing. He takes in an old concept and upgrades it. And what I
He
like
does seem to
about,
do that.
but what we went from in Whole Cake, what I like with Beji, which was the crime, the gang stuff, the Capone, Al Capone type mafia stuff, and now we go from that to pretty much like what is it? This is probably what the way Whitebeard was probably handling his stuff, or a upgraded version of it. This is at least what Whitebeard was doing, or an upgraded version of it. And I can't think of the actual name for it. It's more like kingly type, emperor type stuff. You got these strong factions that pretty much do all the heavy lifting, and then when you come out, it's pretty much like game over. I can't think of what the type is called, but the ruling type. But
Ruling
then
type. Crap. It's gonna be like one of those things that I can't remember the name of for like hours
that's what
now.
I'm trying. It's trying to kill me right now because it's what Kaido's ruling type. I think it's like conquest or conquistador, not really,
Um,
um, but he's basically at the top, and he has people who are in his likeness of strength who do all his heavy lifting. That's why when these people get described as the people they're scared of, they say they're scared of Jack as the next person up, and they just know Kaido's right behind him, but Jack is their next gate. And as soon as you talk about King, it kind of stops when the conversation you bring King up, this conversation stops at King. And in Queen's case, Queen makes himself the center of the conversation, if that makes sense. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, yeah, I know what you mean.
So, um, Kaido gets talked about in the background, and you just know when Kaido comes out, it's gonna be a problem, and that's how it always. Just like how you say, the reason he came out, like it took out of everything that's happened at this point, out of all the people who sent these distress calls and out at that point, and who's done all of this, now Kaido decides to come out. And him coming out is actually a cool symbol too, because you remember how he first came out. The dragon, of course, big symbol. The honor bound dragon coming in, the bringer of disaster, all that good stuff. And he just comes and you see he's comfortable. He sits himself right in the middle of the city as soon as he comes. Like not even no ifs, ands, buts about it, right in the middle of the city. Down there, face to face with these folks, talking to them. because he know they can't do nothing to him. Talking
Yeah,
about
he
the
knows they can't
people
do
been
shit.
another thing that's been popping up in the anime community lately is this aura. And ain't nobody been talking about for real until a lot as of late. This word aura and right there, bro, how this man whole dragon, and I mean whole dragon, not half drag, whole in
Whole
your
dragon,
face.
yeah,
You
like
know what I'm saying?
no half
His
cock,
head,
whole dragon.
his eye and cheekbone bigger than, you know what I'm saying, three people.
Yeah, he's like the size of a house.
Just moving on through the city.
Like if he like coiled
And
up totally, he'd be like the size of a 2 or 3 story house.
and it was the thing because it's almost like a clash of unseen
Like
hockey.
here's a good picture actually. Is we see like him like the what's it called? The perspective's a little off, but to truly see how big he is with the torii
Yeah,
gate,
yeah.
like he's the size of like a 2 story house. Like if he coils up to show like how big he actually is. You know what I mean? And then that's
Hmm.
like a wonky perspective. But when we see like when he's pretty close to shooting Mario, his head's like the size of shooting Mario, and shooting Mario is like 12 feet tall.
He a overly big dude,
Because if
not
I
an
remember
average size.
correctly, he's taller than Okiku.
Yeah, I think he might even be taller than Dogstorm and Mushi. He
He
might
might.
be,
I'm double checking real quick.
might be, might be.
Yeah, he's 17 feet tall. Shooting Mario is 17 feet tall.
Boy,
So his head is at least 10 feet tall before the horns. Kaido's face,
God
like
dog,
in dragon form.
God dog,
But it makes
God
sense. He's
dog,
like close to Shinron size. Well, he's like
God
smaller
dog.
than
But
Shinron, but
no, he's definitely smaller than Shenron.
yeah, because Shinron's like the
Definitely smaller.
size of a fucking city if he curls up. But you
Like
know what I mean?
Shenron, that shot you just showed with the Torii Gate and him, Shenron would have like towered the Torii Gate and some of the sky still.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
that Torii Gate would have been small to Shenron. But no, back to because what I was saying is almost like a clash of unseen hockey. Because you see what Kaido's doing, how he comes in, he almost just commands the entire crowd by his presence. Well, through everything Luffy's been doing, he's kind of built that into what he's been doing over the course until now. But it's off, fighting these people who've been the top brass in freak, I can't think of the town's name now.
yeah. Okay,
But
Bakura, or
Bakura, that's what I was thinking of, Bakura town.
yeah, where all the sumo
He was
wrestling was.
Yeah, he done knocked down these top brass up in Bakura town to just pretty much show that he had strength. It ain't really so much as he's went against the top brass that they seen, because remember, they don't know that. They don't know that he done took down, he done just left Big Mom. Before that had, assisted in taking down Jack. Before that took down Doflamingo. They don't know that. This is just this random crazy lunatic to them. You know what I'm saying? This crazy dude just walked in here and picked a fight with these people that's finna get the big dudes on us. But he bought us some food. That's pretty much it. He showed that he's trusted and commanded the respect by bringing food. And that's why I mean it's a clash of unseen hockey, because Kaido command that by just being there. And his presence is gonna do that. But Luffy is there. So these same people who just seen Luffy do all this wondrous stuff is like, okay, now what you do? The big dude here. You brought him here. You know what I'm saying? The view of the people. You brought the big man here. Now what you finna do?
Yeah,
It's that moment that's been set up, you know what I'm saying, through everything that's been going on. Cause, like I just said earlier, setting up Luffy, showing his observation, his armament, and his conquerors, going so far as show that he can go up against the top brass. He can be successful in bringing back food. He can save Tama. So now what you finna do? It was set up like that, and man, you know what I'm saying? We know what's gonna happen next, but just, it was hype. I remember seeing this for the first time and it was utter hype. Utter hype. Like you put all this stuff together and see how much of this actually came together to this point. It's like, man, I love it. I would never say that Wano is a bad art because of stuff like this. I would never say it.
and then
I know it's people out there to say it. I know it is. Watching y'all. I know it is.
we get Luffy v Kaido 1. because this is the first time since like what's it called? This is the first like one of the first like actual rage moments Luffy has.
Luffy.
Like
Like, come
he's
on,
been
Luffy
mad,
too.
but he doesn't have like actual like rage moments like when like you know
Right.
like when like Goku, Vegeta like they have moments where they snap and they're just like you fucker. You know what I mean? Like Luffy has moments where he's like I'm gonna beat your fucking ass, but he doesn't have like I'm gonna kill you moments. This is like the first time he's ever had a I'm gonna kill you moment. Like I
That's
want
true.
to kill you moment. This is
That is
first,
very significant.
like his first. Because he thinks he just killed all his friends.
I'm talking about watched it. You know what I'm saying? To the point, like he seen Kaido's finna ready to go down there. Um, Literally Kaido in the distance, thinking he over there in the city out of nowhere. Kaboom! Like, bro, you just left.
Yeah, he thinks they're all dead, and then he learns that Tama was up there with him, and so he gets at like he thinks Tama's dead. Like he even has a flashback. In the manga, it's actually like way fucking like darker. Like if you want it, like when he learns that Speed got jumped, like this is what the flashback shows. Like it implies that Otama's dead with the crushed, like the
Right,
trampled out
right.
foot and all the
No,
blood and
yeah,
everything.
yeah. No,
And Tama
they
just laying
definitely
surrounded by blood.
they definitely implied Tama was dead in the anime
Yeah,
too. They definitely implied that. Whew,
like
remember
I know
that
they
first time,
implied
bro.
it, but it wasn't as dark as it is here, where it shows
Right. I
like here
mean, of
they
course,
show
of course.
they're just like there's a dead kid here, like
Of course,
that's what
like
Oda's
that's
doing
what I would
there.
expect that. I
Yeah,
would expect that, in that image. Like why would like you have to like if they did it like that in the anime, yeah.
yeah.
At that point they kind of wanted us
That's
to
why I'm
know
ready
she
for
was
the
dead.
whip
It's pretty
where they show all this stuff. But
yeah.
and we
It's gonna
see
be a lot
Luffy
good.
gets like so he's like I should have stayed by her side. Cause remember his whole thing was he's not after the Ace thing. He said he wouldn't lose anybody else. Like nobody
Right.
else was gonna
It's
die.
a clash of his morals.
Yeah. So now he's just like Kaido, I'ma fucking kill you. Like that's straight
Yep.
up like he he's straight up. He's just like I'ma kill Kaido. I'ma kill Kaido. Like that's he has dedicated himself to like killing Kaido basically. Cause like he pulls out stuff that we've never seen him do before. Like he just like elephant Gatlin. Like he's combining like he's so
Right.
mad he's
Well, Elephant
combining
Gatling
different
he's
things
done.
together.
He's done Elephant
He
Gatling, but you're
has?
right.
When he
He's
do elephant
yeah,
Gatlin?
Noah's Ark.
When?
Noah's Ark.
Noah's Ark.
Yeah. Fishman Island when he was stopping the Noah.
Oh yeah, that's
Elephant
right. That's
Gatling.
right. That's right.
That's yeah, Elephant Gatlin's my favorite Gatling boy.
But
That's why I
for
love
some
Fishman
reason
Island.
I thought it was like Grizzly Magnum Gatlin or some shit that he did for some reason is
Yeah,
what I was
Grizzly
thinking.
Magnum is after Elephant Gatling. Remember, we get Grizzly Magnum in Punk Hazard.
Yeah. But we see he just like goes gear 4. But like he's like combining stuff together that he typically doesn't use just because he's so
Yeah,
angry.
it's one of them things. One of those emotion points. Because you remember, I mentioned it in the fight with Katakuri. Because he did something similar. Because you mentioned the Grizzly Magnum thing. He did corkscrew Grizzly Magnum. I don't know if he did it in my. He did it.
Yeah, but he
It
doesn't
was
call
a
it corkscrew in the what's it called? He calls it a rifle.
rifle Grizzly Magnum.
Because that's what a rifle is.
But he,
It's the corkscrew inside of a
but
barrel.
yeah, and to reiterate, you remember also when he first found out how to do rifle, and he gave an explanation for rifle.
Yeah, where he
He
fucked
said,
up
"Oh,
Bruno.
I can turn my arm and make it, more force." And then he does that,
Give him more
out
torque.
of in Katakuri fight, yeah, more torque. He does it in Katakuri fight out of desperation. Now he's doing something different in this fight out of pure anger
Like
because he's in
the Kong Organ gun, he does it a different way than normal. Like he moves
right
his arms side to side so fat, like he bounces it like at his biceps back and forth. So it's like he's throwing like 3 times as many punches.
haymakers.
Yeah, but it's like he's throwing like 3 times as many punches because his arms are moving side to side. Also,
And you think about it,
they showed off in the manga super well, like
and
like he moves his arms side to side super fast.
right, right, yeah. Because that's things you do. Because now he's in a blind rage. This is the characteristics of a rage moment, in a
Yeah.
blind rage, because he's doing things erratically. Because even in the anime, one of the moments that I like, it was almost to show fatigue, but it was kind of weird. It was that weird anime moment where his Kato's face is right there and the punches are just kind of hitting him all slow mo and stuff. I kind of took that
Yeah.
as like that's where the fatigue start to hit in, where the fight start to take that change because Luffy's always been he's gassing himself, but he's always been headstrong going forward. But right now it's tenfold because he's really just gassing himself out of rage, and they end up taking the fight to the bottom, and you see the difference.
Yeah, but there's also like this unspoken thing too. Like with that, Kaido's just like, damn, this brat's got potential. When
Right. It's
which is
almost
another
it
like
was the same thing.
he's just like, I want him now. Like that's what like as soon as he knocks him down and he like he does the Kong organ gun barrage, uh, where it's the Kong organ gun. I think he calls it Kong organ gun Gatlin in the anime. When he does that combo, it hits him in the face a bunch of times and it smacks Kaido into the ground, like into a little pit. Kaido gets up and then has like a look in his eye. He's just like, I respect this kid. Because the whole time he thought he was just a little brat. And then he
Right.
hits him with the Thunder Bagra, which is like Kaido's special attack. Like his big
Pretty
thing.
much
Like it's
signature.
so
The signature,
signature
not the
that it's
ultimate,
what his
the
daughter
signature.
uses too. Like it's so signature his daughter uses it too.
Right. It's the family attack like the
Yeah.
Rasengan.
Yeah, it's like the Rasengan. Yeah. And he one shots Luffy, but he's just take him and break him because he wants Luffy on his crew. Like he's just like take him and break him. He's joining the crew. Because
Because
that's what
that's
the prison
Kaido's
camp's
MO.
for. Yeah.
Right. That's
If
Kaido's
he thinks
MO.
they're
He's the
worthy,
dude.
breaks them and then make them part of the crew. Make them
And that was
headliners.
also we also got to think too. This is his first impression of Luffy. You know,
Besides getting pissed
um,
off. Yeah.
right. Besides, yeah, getting pissed off, but this is his first time actually seeing him. This is first time actually, in his presence. So think about it from Kaido's point of view for like a half a second. You this dude who like just pride yourself on being this calamity, this just utter dude of destruction. You saying you gonna find this squirt, I'm gonna kill him, I'm just gonna massacre him. You didn't even have to go find him, he came to you. And I'm talking about he had to been in that city looking for him for maybe 5 minutes.
Yeah, so the big moment is Kaido's just like, I don't know whether it's his indomitable spirit or an empty bluff, but he's been glaring at me this entire time. He's just like, he's just knocked out. What are you talking about? And Kaido's just like, lock him
Nah,
up.
nah,
Once his
cuz
spirit's broken, he'll be a good soldier. Like, Kaido knows, like, Luffy just can't move right now, but if he could move, he'd still be swinging.
exactly. It ain't the fact that he's knocked out, he just can't move. He's knocked
Yeah.
out, but that's the only
Well, oh,
reason
yeah.
why he's not doing that right now.
Remember, he's releasing his Conqueror's Haki while he's knocked out.
Yeah.
Because he
That
knocks
was
out
I
other
ain't gonna
people.
lie.
That's clean.
That was icing on the cake. That was a good icing on the cake right there. That showed that willpower aspect that they talk about in hockey so much. It was on display right there.
Yeah, and he's just like, we don't need all these Supreme Kings running around, but he thinks Luffy will be so useful that he keeps him around. Because let's be real, Luffy's all like Luffy would beat the shit out of Jack and Queen. Maybe not King at this point, but he's already the second, like the third strongest person on Wano right now. Like, let's be real. Like, I don't really think that's a debate. You know what I mean? Like,
No, you're right.
because he's stronger than Nekomamushi, and Queen stronger than Jack, and so he's stronger than Sanji. He's stronger right now than the Sanji that fights Queen. So I feel like it's fair to assume that he would 100% beat both of those. But I think King would beat him. I think King's advanced armament is just too good for this Luffy at the moment where he gets hit by Thunder Bagra. But also, Kaido's pissed because Luffy was at least strong enough to sober him up. Because he didn't think somebody would be strong enough to sober him up in a fight. And then we learned that the the lady that was nice to Otama and took care of her is Kinemon's wife,
Ooh.
and she's been a gangster this entire time. Like, there's no other way to say it than she's been a boss ass bitch this entire time, because she refused to take another husband because she loved Kinemon so much. Like, that's some boss
What
ass shit
stand
right
down
there.
mean? That's how you stay down right there.
Yeah.
We got some ladies
Cause
that's
she knew
watching.
he
That's how you
coming
stay
back. She
down
knew
right
he
there.
coming back. She knew he wasn't dead. Like, that's not like that's the type of chick you
My
want in your
20
life.
years, boy.
Then we
20
learned that
years,
everyone
boy.
survived through a combination of Shinobu and Chopper's quick thinking. Cause Shinobu used her decay, or it's not decay necessarily. It is decay, but it's not like bacterial
Age.
decay. It's she can age things forward. Because at first, when
Fire.
they described it, I thought it was like bacterial decay when they described it. But no, it just
No,
turns
she
out
just
that she
ages
just
things
ages
forward.
it up. Yeah.
She speeds up the aging process. That's
Yeah.
all she does.
To like any amount that she wants. And then
And
Dogstorm
she can
saves
do that junk
Otama.
to anything. Hey, let's take a second to talk about that. She can do that junk to anything,
Yeah. Including people.
organic and inorganic. Like what?
Well, I want to see
Like
her do it to a Twinkie. I want to know what happens. You know the
what you
joke
had
that
out.
Twinkies have so much stuff in it that they can never go bad? You know the joke?
No.
Oh, yeah. So there's like the joke that
I want to
Twinkies
see
have
it.
so much
Okay, I
artificial
got a better
shit.
one for you. I got a
Yeah.
better one for you. And I know the people might know this one. I want to see it do it to some McDonald's French fries.
Dude, that shit probably just gonna look the same. That shit not real
I know
potatoes.
everybody know that. I know everybody saw that. Everybody knows about that. The McDonald's French fry time lapse thing. Oh yeah, it went on forever and they never changed
Oh
ever.
yeah. And we got the signature. Right after all that. Got the signature.
Yeah, Luffy was what?
Gotta
Boy,
make
they
this an
found out
emote. We're making this an emote for the fucking streams.
that. Yeah, for the. Hey
As soon
man,
as I
y'all
learn
like,
how to
comment,
do
and
it,
subscribe,
just
man.
gonna yeah.
Y'all like, comment, and
Oh, we'll
subscribe,
make
man. So we got a
Frankie.
reason.
We'll make Frankie and Robin. That'll be our first two emotes in the chat. As soon as I learn how to do it. Oh yeah. Oh, also and Usopp.
Bruh, I know
Once I learn how to do it, that's gonna be the first one.
bruh. Probably just got to do some cutouts.
Yeah.
Get some cutouts. Technology like Snapchat uses.
Yeah, I'll learn how to do it. I just haven't like I didn't know what I wanted it to be, but the manga pictures for them are so fucking funny. Like they're even funnier than the actual in my opinion than the actual anime because it says "huh" with it. In my opinion, like I think it's funnier. But we learned some about the prison, that everyone's there, and we learn Jaggy's there too. And by Jaggy we mean kid. And that's the end of Wano Act 1. How many acts are there of Wano? It's
Four.
4, right? Yeah.
4.
Yeah, he did it like the
Or
traditional
3.
4-act scheme.
Or is it 3?
I thought it was 4.
It's 4. I think it's 4. I think it's 4. I don't know, man. Hold on, man. I won't say
Yeah, I
nothing
gotta look
wrong,
it up
man.
now. Technically it's if you count getting to Wano, it's 4 acts. Otherwise it's 3.
And the exit, I guess. The exit fucking arc.
Well, that's not considered part of an act, like because it's set
But
up like a
in One
play.
Piece, it's considered part of an arc.
Yeah. Well, and then the next episode we
So
learn
the
about
intro and
Dracul and
stuff, all that,
stuff.
yeah.
We learn Perona actually cares for Dracul. Gecko Moria still alive. Attacks
Honk.
Teach. We see like Gecko when he's taking shit serious, he's actually kind of dangerous. He fucks a lot of stuff up. It takes his guard down and an invisible person cutting him. to stop him. Because we learn the fox fruit that Devon has is OP because it also has the stereotypical bullshit of a mythical Zoan where it also has a Paramecia type or a Logia type power with it too. And the fox one is that it can shapeshift. Or like Kaido is that he can use all the powers of that type of dragon, of a Siryu dragon, which is like the breath attacks, the lightning attacks, and the flame clouds. Because mythical Zoans are OP as hell. But it makes sense. They should be OP. They're supposed to be legendary things of myth. And then we learn, like, what Teach is doing is he's trying to just party. Which is interesting. Like, he's just like, you can come here if you want to party. Like, he asked, do you like to party, Moria? Then come ride on my ship instead. Didn't you read the paper this morning? There's never a dull moment. Like,
There's never a dull moment.
yeah. Well, you gotta say it like Hercule. Because they got the same voice actor.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. I believe. I could have sworn it's... Because,
And you read the paper, there's never a dull moment in it. I don't know. I can't do
think
it.
it
I ain't
is.
even try.
I could be getting it mixed up. Yeah. It's not all the time. Yeah. So from 2019 onward, so yeah, it is Chris Rager.
I didn't know that. Learn
Yep.
something new every day. Looky there. Looky there. Looky there.
Yeah,
looky
so
there.
the before 2016, it was Cole Brown. But Cole Brown unfortunately passed away in 2016. And then from 2019 onwards, Chris Rager was, I believe, is what it's showing. Let me double check. Yeah, it's or he's part of it in some point in time. I can't find the.
That's cool. I mean, as long as he was, I didn't. It's been like almost a trend lately for me to see all the people that's been like in different voicing different characters amongst different anime. I gotta find the post again, but I know a lot of people in One Piece share the same voice actors as people in Naruto
And Skyrim.
and Skyrim. I didn't know
Because
that. That's
Orochi
cool.
is one of the bad guys in Skyrim.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool.
Yeah.
That's really cool. But yeah, he says into Act 1.
And we start
Man.
Act 2 immediately. Which is hilarious. But yeah, I think it's Chris Rager is his thing right now. Like 2019 to present, I believe. Because he like never shows up until like 2019. I know in the 2019 movie he 100% is. But yeah. It's also sad that Frankie's Japanese voice actor just changed. Because the guy retired.
It was bound to happen. It was bound to happen, man.
Home dude's like 90 or some shit.
A lot of people. Wow, I didn't know that. But a lot of people, bro, didn't expect Oda to go this far. So it's astounding that he's taken a lot of breaks lately. But these are some of the longest breaks he's ever taken. So.
Well, he needs to take the breaks. He's getting old. He can't. He's in his 40s now, like, or his 50s.
Later than that. No, he's later than that. Nick Oda's knocking on 60, if not already.
Nah, he's 50.
50? Yeah, 50. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's 50. Yeah, because what's it called? Akira Toriyama's like 20 years older than him.
Oh, well.
Or 19 or 20.
Yeah, he need to take care of himself, man. You know, we love Oda. Take care of himself.
Yeah. Yeah, Akira Toriyama passed away at the age of
68, wasn't it?
No, I think it's 69. Yeah, because he was born in 68 because he didn't make it to his birthday, but he would have been 69 1 month later.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
because he
I
died on
figured
March
so.
1st, but he was born on April 1955.
Cool, cool, cool.
Well, not cool, but I know what you mean. But we get Shutamaru fighting Dogstorm because Dogstorm's just like, get your head out your ass.
Yeah, he had to test him like a man,
Yeah,
which was necessary at that point because I've been looking at it in the lens of like, Shutamaru was supposed to be a representation of the scorn, the people who had no choice but to wait 20 years for y'all, but took the 20 years and did with the most they could, but the fight been in his head, the fight already over. He took the most of it is what it felt like.
yeah. Like in his head, they've already
And
lost the war.
yeah, and it was almost suicide to go up against these dudes for like the upteenth time to try to do what they've been doing these last 20 years while they've been in his head, while they he probably don't know that was like almost yesterday to them, but while they was gone traveling the warm stuff, they was, going through hell while y'all was pretty much getting fucked. While they was
Yeah,
getting
they
fucked,
got
they going through
super
hell.
hella fucked.
Yeah, like and that's all like so true and so fascinating about the dynamics of Wano because you got the push and pull of this force of people who trying to come in and change stuff against the people who've you pretty much not only trying to get them to fight a fight that they've spent 20 years doing, but they've also spent 20 years looking at losses and looking at the horrors and the true wrath of what these people can really do. And they've changed in the 20 years since y'all last seen them, and y'all act like they still them same riffraffs that y'all was. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
but
That's
also like Dogstorm's winning too. Like in their little thing, or it feels like Dogstorm's winning. But I think it's more so he's just getting to him. Like Dogstorm's just like proving him right, or proving Ashura wrong, is what I think it is. I don't think it's actually like. I don't think it's actually Dogstorm's winning the fight. I think it's just, you know what I mean. I think it's just Ashura's having to think about too much because Dogstorm's being like, "Listen here, you little shit."
there, you little butter.
And we get Chopper and the other doctors from what's it called? Zoe, Nurse Otama back to full health.
It, one of them got a funny name.
Wow. Oh
Oh,
yeah, I don't
Miyagi.
remember her name.
Miyagi. One of them is Dr. Miyagi.
Probably a reference to
Miyagi-san.
what's it called? Karate
Miyagi-san.
Kid.
And I can't think of the girl's name, but I know Miyagi. Miyagi-san. Dr.
And
Miyagi.
then we finally get to meet Queen and King. King go kind of hard. I'm not gonna lie.
Wildfire. And what is Queen? Can't
The
remember what the fuck
plague.
Queen is.
Well, also I hate
Yeah.
the thing about King is his name is actually a mistranslation where the English people fucked up. Like
What
they
it's supposed to be.
it's supposed to be the conflagration.
Oh, you talking about? Oh, yeah.
Yeah. His nickname is supposed to be because conflagration has multiple meanings and wildfire is one of the meanings, but apparently the kanji that is my understanding from like I researched it trying to figure out about it is that the kanji used is more likely meaning the other version of conflagration, which means war or battle, which fits way more in line with the other ones because it makes them the horsemen of apocalypse. With
I think more so. I think more so it was like a point to it because I think I think it says it's conflagration in
the Japanese version is conflagration, it's not wildfire. Like the
okay.
actual word for like if you Like if you look up what his actual nickname is, it is let me see if I can find the actual way. Yeah, his epithet is Kase no Kingu, which means King the Conflagration, and in the English version it is King the Wildfire. But it's Kasai no Kingu. That's his epithet in Japanese, which goes way fucking harder than King of Wildfire, by the way. The Kasai Kingu, Kasai no Kingu.
But still, I mean, it's still meaning war and battle. We can still draw that. You go
Yeah,
look at it. I mean, I like it. You know. I mean, I call it,
yeah.
wildfire just for what I'm used to
But
now at this
conflagration
point.
also does mean a fire which destroys a great deal of land or property, so it means both.
As long as it's as long as one like this safe conflagration is, then they come up like constipation, some dumb junk like that. Like some crazy difference. It's
Yeah,
in the same likeness, which I can live with that.
yeah, it means both.
Um,
Like it's more often used to mean a large disastrous fire, but the my understanding is that like the word that is used or like the characters, because like it could be the same word but the characters could be different in Japanese. Um,
Now, I'm
my
not gonna
understanding is
lie.
the characters is closer to the stuff that means war than it is the stuff that means fire. But I don't know Japanese, so I'm not
I mean,
100% sure. But
fire
fire
is the
is also
same.
described as a
It's usually
war,
synonymous for
like the
war.
yeah,
Yeah, it's synonymous for
it's
war
a
all the time.
metaphor. Yeah, because the
What
horseman of the
what
apocalypse is surrounded in fire. He carries a fiery sword.
say
Like
that's cool. That's
yeah,
that's that's cool. But what I was gonna say, what makes me after you rapping this theory to me and stuff, it makes me a little bit upset in a way, that a straw hat didn't finish off Jack, because it would have kind of solidified almost in a way, actually. I'm not even gonna sit here and say it. Well, let
well,
me
like
finish what I
Jack's
was gonna
not the
say.
member of their
So,
monster three, so it makes sense, or their
what,
monster
what do you
trio.
mean?
Jack's not their monster trio.
He's the weakest one of
Yeah,
them.
he's
He's
the
part of
weaker
the
of the
lead
four.
performers. But I
Yeah,
was finna, but let me
yeah,
finish,
yeah,
because
yeah.
I got a
Good.
rebuttal to that too.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
what I was gonna say, I need a straw hat to finish Jack, because it kind of will solidify the three kings of whatever that they're supposed to be. But it actually does prove it, because in the same way, because of what happened. So Chopper actually technically finished Jack. Technically.
Yeah, doesn't he like
Technically.
smack the shit out of him with Monster Point?
Technically. I think he does that too, but I was more thinking of how, when you think about in an act of war, how a general looks at you. Let's say it's me, you, and you know what? I'm gonna use Al as a reference, because Al's one of the moderators. He said he'd be one, so I'm gonna use him since he just
Okay.
came to my mind. So let's say I'm just for references. I'm gonna say I'm the gym, just so I can explain it. Let's say you're Jack. I sent you to go do what Jack was doing. I told you, go fuck Zoe up, find out where Rizo is, and
Mm-hmm.
basically cause damage and get back. You tell me that you're gonna go over there with said people, and I'm gonna poison them. If they don't listen to me, I'm gonna poison them. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna get it all out. I'm gonna use this poison thing. That's gonna be my ace. And I look at what you do, and you go over there and do that. You poison. Okay, they supposed to all be dead. All right, I heard he got beat up. Hey, he poisoned. They supposed to all be dead. This little chipmunk come in there and then made the dude who made the poison do it, because it was Chopper. Chopper made Caesar freaking change the point, give him something to do it, and he didn't heal to everybody and then kept everybody up. So now I'm looking at you like, why you ain't kill that dude? You let this dude come in here and just usurp your plan like that? All them dudes supposed to be dead. But Owl over here and did exactly what I told him to do. Like of course you gonna be the weakest one. Of course I'm gonna look at you a little bit better, a little bit worse. I mean, like that's how in Kaido case, I guess that's how he was looking at Jack by that point. That's how he was treating Jack. Because Jack really wasn't in the even Oda wrote him out, and you can kind of look at that can be a reason why. Because that's how Kaido pride himself on his crew, his strength. That's why he let them dudes fight to get a position up. He prides himself on strength. If you supposed to be next to me, but one of my underlings can beat you, why you up here? In Jack's case, you already got beat up twice. What I'm finna, okay, you here. So I guess somebody in the crew got to beat you. Until somebody do that, I guess that's how he rock. So I see it. Like from a view of from a leadership, especially when you see how Kaido run his crew. You can infer that kind of mentality that's the way Jack would get treated. But he does end up coming back later. Again, we know that. And it's the same thing what I was talking about that 3 strikes you're out thing, because he's already come back twice, but on his third time he'll die. But in some people's case they get that extra, which is who I said was in who case I can't remember who I said it was earlier. It's on recording though.
But yeah,
Somebody else
dude,
said
this
earlier
is
already.
so much possibilities with this whole dynamic in general.
Exactly, man. It's layered. Like everything
There's
we
so
talk
many
about
things
is
they
really
could mean
layered.
also.
So many things.
Also, like
Like
how they don't implicitly say it, but 100% with everything going on, that Law and Chopper at some point have to sit down and discuss stuff because they 100% know stuff each other don't know. Because they're both doctors. Because this is the first time they've like been teamed up. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying?
say that again. My bad.
Like, there's
My
no way
headphones.
that Chopper and Law don't like sit down and talk to each other,
No, for 100% sake.
which is good.
Like they're gonna have to Chopper and Law gonna have that conversation about what the hell Chopper did to Beppo. Oh, that's for sure, for sure.
Yeah, I'm
That's
looking
like,
forward to that.
man, what? They gonna have to, bro, what you did? You gave him what? He
And
can
then
do
we
what now?
and then there's all this stuff. We learn Nami's a shitty ninja, and Shinoba's afraid of sharp things. And then Nami also almost gets him like out of there, and then Shinobu ruins it all. But then escapes with the kite. Cracks me up. And we learn what's it called? Sabo basically takes the entire flower capital by storm by making soba, and makes almost every woman in Wano his age fall in love with him because his soba's so good. And then I like what we learn about in the prison, where we see Luffy sees somebody picking on the old dude, and Luffy's just like, "Oh hell no, I don't give a fuck." And we also see like this is how much stronger Luffy has gotten. So remember last time he had sea prison stones on, which was like in
Hazard.
Punk Hazard, he could barely do anything, right?
The last time he interacted with Sea Prism was Dressrosa, them bars of the Coliseum.
Yeah,
I don't
but
think
I'm
he was
talking
at
about like
the
actually
Sad Factory.
wearing it for an
Yeah,
like
actually,
like here he's able to pick up like
yeah,
one
actually
ton
confining that was
bricks and
definitely
run with
faster.
them. Like he's actually
Yeah, that's
like it just takes away his power. It doesn't, and it weakens it, but it no longer makes it where he can't like move. Because before it made him like it like drained him completely, but this shows like how much he's what's it called? And we learned that they're just trying to get a bunch of millet dumplings to get stronger, because
and that's
they've moved 500 stones in a day, over 500
that was
every day.
another thing, another parallel we're kind of drawing too. Um, I want to say, do you remember when the first time we was introduced to Sea Prism Stone?
You talking
I
about on the in the underground pit in Alabasta?
That was the first time, right?
I'm pretty sure.
Because I'm like,
When
it's
him and
crazy
Smoker are
now.
stuck in the thing and they get saved by Sanji at the last second,
Yeah, yeah,
where
yeah,
Sanji
yeah,
pretends to be
yeah,
Prince.
yeah, yeah. That's early as I can think of. When you
Yeah,
just
that's the
mentioned, I
first
can think of
time.
them before that. Because like it's crazy when you think about how Luffy and stuff now. Because we have a lot of evidence of where Luffy is with Sea Prism Stone, and to see that him as a power user with Sea Prism Stone cuffs on is another thing we was talking about earlier with Zoro when I was mentioning how good he got with his swordsmanship, that he can use a small knife and cause real damage just like Mihawk caused real damage with a small knife. Now we're seeing Luffy. It's not exact the way I thought it was. I was gonna say Sky Pier, but then I was like lost myself because I don't remember if where it's saw it in Sky Pier or not.
I don't remember there
But
being any in Scapia, but there might have been.
yeah, that's why I lost myself at. But Alabasta, I do remember that. But still, seeing where Luffy is with the Sea Prism Stone, how he puts it on, he's pretty much like he is in Gear 5. You know what I'm saying? Tongue out, can't do nothing, can't get up. We've seen him in Sea Prism Stone nets. We've seen him in cuffs. We've seen him hold Sea Prism things. You know what I'm saying? It's
Mm-hmm.
always him falling, losing no energy. But we see him with Sea Prism stuffs on, moving both, doing Zoro training. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Picking
pretty
up boulders,
much.
running
And
with
this
them.
is
You know what
different
I'm
than
saying?
that. It's like actual practical training too. It's
And it's
like better.
nonstop. Like he ain't stopping. You know, he first was doing it, out of spite. Now he doing it because he was challenged. Then he was doing it to help. Which,
Yeah, he
hey,
started.
I ain't gonna lie, that's a
And also, it's
transformation
even
in of
more
itself
impressive
too.
is that his hands are handcuffed together. So he's doing it all like with his hands stuck close together. Like he can only move them not even a foot apart. Like, and he's moving this stuff because that makes it even crazier impressive. Because, like, his range of motion is severely inhibited. Like, he has no range of motion and he's not strong enough to rip them off. And then we meet the dumbass hippo guy. I don't like the dumbass hippo guy. What's his name again?
The hippo guy. I'm trying to think of who you're
Hogden?
talking about.
Dobon. Dobon. The vice warden of Queen's prison.
The vice warden or the actual warden?
The vice warden, because isn't Queen the warden? The
No,
who's the,
Babanuki's the warden.
Oh, okay. It's Queen's just in charge of like above the warden. Okay, that's what it was. 'Cause I know like Queen like does like experiments on random people in the thing.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, we
Babanuki's the
also
warden.
learned that there's like a random mother slasher that showed up now that the magistrate has disappeared. But we know that it's Killer. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. We all know that because it shows his face, and we know that's who that is. Um, and then we also see Kid can do the strange digest thing that Luffy can do that people say is not normal. Like that people are just like, Luffy, how do you do that? Kid can do it too. The way they can make themselves digest stuff. But the hippo dude beats up the old man. Luffy's just like, listen here, you little shit. Or you big shit.
Leaf theory.
Yeah. And he beats him up for hurting the old man. And then we get to see Caribou's back. Because he's in the background. And then I like that Luffy remembered Caribou's name. Which is funny. Because he normally doesn't remember bad guys' names. But he remembered Caribou's name. We also get Sanji beats up the entire Yakuza, which is hilarious. Because the Yakuza ruined a bunch of noodles. So he beats the entire Yakuza. Him and Frankie beat the entire Yakuza. And then he forces them to eat all the thrown out Sabo. or not Sop, but Soba, which cracked me up when he was just like, "So since you ruined all this, you're eating it all," and he like forces it into the Yakuza people's mouth, like the soba that they poured out in the street. He was like, "You're eating all this," and then we meet Toka, and Toka, like you were talking about earlier, how Toka's a good thing, like a good metaphor for other stuff that has happened in the story thus far.
Yeah, she's a good parallel for Koala, and how she's both of them smiling characters. Koala did it forcibly to keep herself from crying and stuff. Toko's doing it because she's doesn't have a choice but to smile, but she's embraced it.
Yeah, and it's also
You
the
know, she's
inverse
embraced
of
that smile.
Fishman Island Nami, where she had to act like nothing bothered her. It's like
Exactly.
that. To keep from crying, she had to act like nothing hurt her. So she had to act like she had no emotion. But Toka's forced to have only one emotion, no matter how bad she feels, which has to hurt. And also, with the honorific in front of it, it means man, because Otoko means man in Japanese, and that's the joke. 'Cause everyone's name's got to have a joke. And we learned that she works for the most famous person in Wano. Dun dun dun.
Dun, 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 dun. La, la. Yeah, she works for Komurasaki.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie, I ain't put it together. The first time, I ain't put it together at all. That she was
Who Komurosaki is?
yeah, that Komurasaki was Hiyori. I ain't never
So
put it
I
together.
had a feeling, but it wasn't this early.
I didn't put it together. I was stupid. Like, cause we've seen so many fucking what are names? Like blue haired characters like that. Like, but I just didn't put it together. I'm just dumb. I'm just dumb, y'all. Y'all can call me dumb. I'm
Yeah,
just
it
dumb.
was it was around like 132, I think it was, like the one where she makes fun of the old man. Where I was just like, that there's no way she did that just because she's a bitch. You know what I mean? It's like one of those things. Because I just didn't see her being a bad guy. It's just like there had to be another reason that happened, sort of thing. And then once they're just like, I don't think my sister's dead. I was just like, it's gonna be fucking hilarious if that's his sister. And then we get the whole chat with where Orochi's just like, well, I got Kaido, and so the price went from a battleship to Dr. Vegapunk, and we know the government can't beat Kaido, so give me Dr. Vegapunk. And we see his devil fruit transformation, or the outline of his devil fruit transformation. And then we meet Kurosaki, we meet Old Man Hyo, and Luffy shares dinner with him since he can't eat. And then we get the thing with Raizo, and the important thing about, or not Raizo, Caribou. Important thing about Caribou is that he lets us know that Law lost his arm, but he was wrong. It turned out Shanks just beat his wholesale ass and cut off his arm. And that's why
Yeah,
he formed a thing, like a group, to, like, they're specifically trying to kill Shanks.
yeah, that's like their it's a word for it. Um,
Alliance.
oh, no, it's like his conquest affidavit or something. I can't think of this crazy word for it. It's like his whole reason for existence is to take Shanks out. We find that out pretty much. He does it
Yeah.
inertly. 'Cause that was one of the things about Kid's character that was always interesting. Um, he did a lot of things inadvertently to know you where his pain was. Um, and we're gonna see that. I'm gonna talk about that a lot when we get to him and Big Mom's fight because there's a moment in the anime that I like. It was an extra. It wasn't in the manga, and it was everyone talked about it a lot when it happened. And it's the moment when the Big Mom fight where they were about to end it, and it's Kid's moment. And in the beginning, they had this montage of like Kid when he was a kid and he had two arms to when he moves over, and then it shows him having one arm, and he was not really happy. And then it goes again to him having his crew, and he finds a little bit more happiness.
Hold up, you sound
And
super far away from your mic right now.
oh snap! I knocked it down under my chin by
Okay,
mistake.
no worries. There it goes. We can
Um,
still hear you. It was just harder to hear you.
but nah. So that montage kind of shows a little bit about Kid's backstory and stuff, and a little bit about Kid in that fight and how he's kind of, him and Law have that dynamic. That's worth getting into and talking about too. But you see Kid's transformation into just this different person, and when you find out just his heat with Shanks, where it gets more when we get in that bathroom. Well, when we get an egghead, really, when we show his beef with Shanks and stuff, and
Yeah,
you
when we
know,
get there.
it's it's just a lot of like Kid's a deep character, but he's also like he's really reserved. Like it's a lot of stuff they
He's
show, but
like
it's
an
subtle,
ogre. He's got
and the
layers.
dynamic, yeah, and the dynamic with him and Killer, because Killer go through his own
Yeah, we're
ballad,
gonna
which we're
learn
gonna see.
the whole thing in Wano with Killer. Yeah,
Yeah, and yeah, man, it's really a lot. Like I say, want bad, and I see
and
you people
then
that do.
we got that the Kurosaki stuff in where we learn like she's been tricking people, rich old men, out of all their money to make a bunch of money. But it turns out what she's doing is we learn that she's using that money to get Okabore Town and other people that are super bad off. She's still like tricking these rich old men into giving her all the money to try to buy her freedom from the thing, and then using that money to have the Robin Hood character guy take that money and give it to the poor people. Is what we learn. Is what's going on with all that money. But I was just like, when it showed all this stuff with her, and then immediately afterwards, it's just like, you got a little sister, Momo? And then they talk about a sister. I was just like, there's no fucking way. That has to be a sister. You know what I mean? I was just like, nah, that's Gab. That's Oda. I see what you're doing. And then we learned like Frankie's entire genius plan to become a carpenter to find the plans was ruined because the little guy's a fucking moron, the master carpenter. And so Frankie has to run around and find them now. So he has to go through a bunch of stuff. And then we see Yasu. His name is Tonoyasu. Otaku's father had teamed up with Zoro. Has helped them around. And then we get the CP9 conversation. And Orochi's like a cold-blooded motherfucker. He shoots one of the CP9 people in the face when they said, I don't know if we can do
They
that.
that was one of those moments that signified not well pretty much encapsulated their non-affiliation with the world government in a moment.
Yeah, and then because like they could easily kill him, but it just shows how afraid of Kaido they are. You know what I mean? Like
That's true.
it shows that they're,
That's
and
true.
then
Because
how
they have because that was
afraid.
one of those things too. I'm sorry, but you go ahead. My bad.
No, you good, you good. Because I'm just gonna get into
Um,
when the dinner part.
but they pretty much treated Orochi treated them the same way he would treat someone else. But it was almost like we know the government has parameters that they have to abide by while they're in Wano. They can't just go out there just doing whatever they want. Like righteously, when Green Bull comes in, he's actually going against orders, quote unquote. He's an admiral, so he has different leeways than other people do. But um, the CP9 agents, they're gonna go by code and book because they're world government officials.
Yeah,
But in history, we've seen they don't really care about that. But that's a different conversation.
but also this is
But
CP0. They're like celestial dragons have to give them permission to do certain stuff.
yeah, that's true too. That's true too. You're
Like
right
they
about
answer
that.
Isn't they answer directly to? Is it Figureland or Saturn? I don't remember.
I think they probably answer directly to the elders.
Yeah, it's either the elders or the Figure, because Figureland's like the one right up under the elders,
He
because he's
probably
in charge
has
of the Holy
probably the
Knights.
same. Yeah, if they want something to happen to one of them, he would have to go through Figureland, or the elders would
That's what
probably have to. I don't know. I don't know. That's an
they don't
interesting question.
explain it perfectly. I don't think.
That's
We
an
just
interesting
know that
question.
CP0 is controlled directly by celestial dragons.
But they have the world government has morals and stuff they have to abide by. While Wano, in Orochi's case, doesn't really. He made the stuff that they abide by, so his ego and stuff's gonna be a little different than theirs, and
But
that's something to look at too.
the super fucky thing about Shogun is when they have the dinner, they prepared like 5 different meals. And when he was just like, I don't want that, I don't want that, they just immediately throw the food that was prepared away.
Just showing you the
It is
difference,
country with
dynamics, and
starving
wasteful.
people. Or not even
That yeah,
but it's not even that they're starving people that are far away. It's that everywhere but where you are is starving. That makes it
and
so
that's and
fucky.
that's
Like it's
and
everywhere
even the
but
thing
his
too,
city is in his entire fucking country is
and
starving.
that's the
Except for
thing.
him.
That's the thing too, because we see the dynamics in the both forces at work here. Because this is when things really start to take that dark turn. Because one thing that a lot of arcs in Oda's case, they always seem to take a dark turn. Even arcs that are already seemingly dark can take a darker turn. We saw that in Thriller Bark. You know, we saw
We see that with Kuma's
Eni's
backstory.
Lobby. We're gonna see that in Egg. Well, um, I'm trying to just think about stuff that they already went in a bad situation and it technically got worse. You can say that about Punk Hazard. They wasn't even supposed to go there. I ain't even gonna lie, that was already a bad situation, and they went into a worse situation. And what I guess you can say that about Dressrosa too. Whole Cake Island is technically one. Because technically Luffy did get captured. That's as worse as it get. His crewmate did actually turn his back on him. A lot of people probably wouldn't have did the same thing. There's a lot of stuff to think about there. So Onigashima probably is another what we're gonna see coming up is him going into a bad situation and automatically just getting worse. Because of course he does die. For those of you that don't know that, I'm sorry, that's a spoiler. I usually say it first, but we've been doing a lot of that today. If y'all didn't have news spoilers by now, I apologize for you, but yeah. He gonna see an Onigashima that pretty much they go into a worse situation. They become bad because he does indeed die. His crewmates pretty much Zoro get beaten within 2 centimeters of his life. Sanji, uh, which we gonna talk about here soon. I got something cooking for Sanji, but no, we just see just how he comes and overcomes a lot of this stuff, going into these pretty much the belly of the beast, pretty much traits that we see all the time.
You gotta admit, Kurosaki's life has fucking sucked. She's
Yeah,
gotta
Murasaki
fuck
kind of had it
the
bad.
man that is directly responsible for the death of her father. Like she's had to fuck the
Pretty sure
man.
she had to. I would have pretty much assumed she's had to at this point to stay
No,
alive.
she 100% because that's what her job is. She's a she's like a prostitute, but only for
The
the
head
ultra
one,
rich people. Yeah,
the
she's the
head
most.
overman.
So she had to fuck the guy that ordered her father to be boiled
You ain't gotta
alive.
say it like that, man. You ain't gotta say it like that. You
I
can
do
be
have
a
to say it
literal
like that. That way
corpse.
we understand how much this woman has been through.
She was, I don't
She
know.
had to
I ain't
get
gonna say that.
missionary from a dude that looks like that has SpongeBob teeth in the wrong spot, my guy. Like he got those two big ass, like way bigger than they're supposed to be teeth, but they're on the wrong side of his mouth. And his head is bigger than like almost her entire body. Like that's some fucky shit, dog. Like that's gotta be terrible for her. She's probably gotta hate it here. You know what I mean?
Oh,
Like
that's true, man. Like,
if anyone in the situation had an
and think about it.
excuse to be nihilistic, it is her.
So let's so let's
She had to fuck the
let's
man that killed her
unpack it.
dad.
let's unpack a little bit more. So
Yeah.
let's even when you think about so to take that into the realm of prediction and let's go it through the works and stuff. She got so good at that that she learned how to use men in the process without even having to give it up because we see her do it with the old man.
Yeah. How old
So
is she?
that's a different level of a mask. She had to be in her 20s at the
The
very least. You have to be
no,
like
so
26 or
yeah,
something like
yeah,
that.
we know she like 26
Because
because she's Momo's
Momonosuke gets
little
aged up
sister.
to 28.
She's 26. Okay. Yep. That's what I thought. I wanted to make sure. But yeah,
Momo
she's
gets aged up to 28. I figured she was like 2 years behind.
well the thing is she'd have to be she's Momo's little sister, so she'd be younger than whatever he gets aged up to. But yeah, that shit's crazy, dude. Like how much they she like how bad her life has been. And for her to still like she has the biggest excuse out of everybody in Wano to be nihilistic because she watched her mom die, she watched her brother disappear, all this other stuff. She had to escape at the age of 6 from a castle that was burning down. All this stuff. Grow up, plan with the help of her dead father's one of his closest friends. Get turned into basically a because the dude with the blue hair is what's his name? One of the 9 scavengers. He just changed his name. Basically raised by that dude. Becomes a geisha to get the so that she can lure people like learn stuff about Orochi. Probably had to fuck Orochi a couple times. All to make sure they get to destroy this man's life that destroyed her life. Like that's a bad fucking like that's some shit, dude.
You know what? You got me sold, man. I think she probably in the category for one of the top worst backstories in One Piece.
It's not even like the bad. It's
One of the
just like
worst
how much of a
childhoods,
fucking gangster she was
worst
is what I'm getting at.
worst
Like,
throwers, but still, like you gotta like that's a conversation though that people actually have. Like one of the
I don't
worst
think people think
throwers,
about that.
worst upbringings. It's been a conversation about worst upbringing.
like, cause what's it called? Like they don't normally like. Yeah, yeah. So they're basically an Orion is a it's like a super high class version of a prostitute. So yeah, she 100% has had to fuck Orochi multiple times. An Orion is a highly paid prostitute. I was making sure I was right about that. Yeah, so she 100% like her life 100% sucks ass.
Bro, I believe that. Wholeheartedly.
Yeah, and then we get some stuff where the the casino with Zoro, I think, happens next. Yeah, because I don't. Yeah, we get the casino with Zoro where we see Zoro can use the stuff like Katakuri, which is cool. Like the can see in the future a little bit, and he catches a bunch of people fucking him over, and then he goes to Ebisu Town, and Ebisu in the world of One Piece is a god of fortune that Zoro knew about, and it's where a bunch of the people that were forced to eat smile fruits live, and they get visited by the guy. I can't remember the witching hour boy. They got the guy that steals from the rich and steals from and gives to the needy. And then a little girl gives him clean water and sings one of the most annoying songs I've ever heard in my fucking life in the English dub. The what's he say? It's clean water. It's yummy. It won't hurt your tummy. It was some shit like that.
What?
Yeah, you don't remember that shit? That shit got on my nerves. She said it like 7 times in a row. I was just like, shut the fuck up, little kid. Shut the fuck up. And then we get a Big Mom trying to break into Wano because she figured out the trick to get the koi. Yeah. Sorry about that, yawn. She tricks the kois into bringing them up, and Kaido's just like that fucking bitch. And we see King turn into his pterodactyl mode or pterodactyl mode. And I'm not gonna lie, his pterodactyl mode looks kind of fucking fire. He looks like a Zord from Power Rangers. You know what I mean? Because it like fuses with his actual wings. Because he has wings, and then since we learn he's a Lunarian, he can use fire while he's in it. And he wrecks her boat. And then we get the stuff you've been waiting to talk about all morning, or all day, actually, is the Sanji versus Page 1. Where we get the, where he uses the raid suit. So I'm going to let you take it away, dog.
It's a lot really to take away from Sanji in this whole thing. I mean, first off, like we getting introduced to the Toppo, which that's pretty much in of itself like a significant point because you know what the Todoropo kind of represent when they come up later, just this people that just walk with calamity and stuff, and like the special agents, like the black ops of freaking Kaido's pirates. But in Sanji's case, man, you see all the way up through Whole Cake Island to now. He's presented the absolute hell out of that raid suit. You know, Luffy and them was gonna take it from him because he didn't want it. And
Yeah, they were.
yeah, like they was gonna go to take it from him, put it on themselves because they wanted it and stuff. Sanji, in this fight, you know, seeing him put this raid suit on, first off is him accepting the fact that he needed more power, which in of itself, we've only seen him do that. This is maybe his third time. Um,
Nah,
fourth,
I think
fourth,
it's the.
fourth. True time. I'm going true time. I'm trying not to count the Straw Hats literally collectively saying it themselves when Luffy was in Thriller Bark because I don't think Sanji was a part of that. I think Sanji was offering himself up as a strong man to Kuma. So I'm not really trying to count that one, but I'm going off all the other Straw Hats wanted more power when Ace passed away
Yeah.
for Luffy. So I got to count that because that was a significant one. Then of course him I'ma say wanting to do it for getting back out of Whole Cake Island for the Straw Hats, you know, wanting more power there. You can see him wanting to do better, kind of come into his life knowing where he wants to be in life. So wanting to get more power there is almost, you know, you can point to that and see that, you
Yeah.
know, that's a kind of a reference. And then of course now, and it's inherent because he really doesn't. It's not really something that's said, but you looking at it and it's like, because what he does in this thing, because I don't, this is probably one of the last things to talk about today, but in this thing, he puts the raid suit on, and you see just how, you know, it's different. Even he himself really is not used to that power, and that's so synonymous because I love the times when characters get their power ups and it's not used to them, you know. I mean, they can still do stuff like they've always been using it, but they themselves show how different it is and show how, you know, they react to it pretty
Yeah,
much is
like
what
he
I'm
has an
saying.
entire magical girl transformation.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Like he's doing different things, you know, he's getting used to it and it's like this was almost the catalyst of him unlocking his power up, which is him first accepting that he has more power to unlock first, but also accepting his backstory, putting his suit on, accepting his past that's rooted in so much hatred that he's had, you know, growing up as a kid, you know, his mom, learning how to cook and all that from his mom and him being resented for that. going through all that hurt and all that abuse from his brothers, his dad, and even not all the time, but I mean Reiju, kind of pushed it along for the most part. And it was only in times where he was trying to leave that she helped him leave. But for the most part, she was along the same band, so she didn't get hit too. So you put all that stuff in there, and this one thing in this can, that's a symbol of all of that. It's understandable why he didn't put it. It's just like you see now he's putting all that past, accepting all that, putting that suit on, and that's the symbol of him accepting his past. And now it's like, now let's go forward. And that's really him accepting all that. I think was the catalyst in him unlocking all his techniques, all his upgrades, his little shell. He about to cut his head off and he break the damn halibut or whatever. We're gonna get to all that, but I think that's the catalyst, and that's what the Ubermensch does. And there's another thing, we see what we've seen in Wano when we talk about these phases, because we've even alluded to them in different aspects, not even just Luffy himself, but we start to see all the people around him, especially his crew, in Zoro and Sanji now, and we see it with Robin and Usopp and Chopper later, but Nami too, way later. She comes in the picture later. But we see just how Luffy is rubbed off on all of them. These people who not because Luffy's not only walking Wano like he owned the place and messing everything up. Zoro was doing it. He took shots on the magistrate. That's an official in the town. He's
Yeah, he
supposed to
killed
die.
like the mayor basically.
Pretty much, you know what I'm saying? Who
That like
else?
back in the day, that's what a magistrate was. It was like the version of a mayor, like the like 16th century Japanese version of a mayor.
Exactly. And Sanji now, I mean, he's the made business out there. We see now he's putting hands and stuff on page one in them, and that's Kaido's people.
Yeah,
So
and
he's
he's
technically
fucking up
innately,
page one too. It's not even a
yeah,
close
he's
contest.
absolutely it's not close. Yeah, and that's why
Like he gets
I
like
think a lot
hit
of
through like
people,
4 buildings at one point, but he's just like, damn, I barely even felt that. He's like, it
yeah,
hurts a bit, but god damn. Like he
yeah,
doesn't
and
understand how much stronger. Like he's just like, I'm so much stronger in this suit than I've ever been, because it
it's literally
activates all his
accepting his,
dormant DNA.
yeah, exactly. And that's one of those things. It's one of those things like a metaphor, which what I was gonna get to is what Luffy kind of innately does already, but he's kind of teached and rubbed off on these people that they can trust themselves, because he trusts them so much that they can now just trust themselves. Because
Yeah,
that
it's
was been
like
the
the
whole
common
thing.
thing.
That's been the whole thing. Thriller Bark was they wanted to get stronger because Luffy's been doing all the heavy. That's what they all collectively said. Marineford, when Ace dies, they collectively know that Luffy's in a state right now. He's been the rock for us. We need to go be the rock for him. And now it's like Luffy's trusted them so much up to this point. He's carried their burden so effortlessly up to this point. They now can afford to trust themselves. And they're discovering themselves, which is what Sanji's doing. Sanji's now to the point where he feels like he can trust himself more. He learns that this suit has his number on it, that he came from Judge, but it's more than that. It's a piece of him that he can use in order to do more things, to be more stronger. He's gonna accept the point of his past and just use it to see what happens, and he loves it. Like I ain't gonna say he loves it, but he sees it's really really useful, and he sees that he learns right here that he can really start to trust himself and trust his past, and this right here where he start to build it, and that's what Luffy done rubbed off on these folks. Like Luffy, we see that with Robin too, like, and that's gonna be another high point. Because Robin, man, that's that moment right there was one. That was one for the books. I love that whole interaction with her and Black Maria, which I'm very excited to get to. But yeah, like going through this, you see just how Luffy, I don't know, I said that a lot. How he's influenced everybody to really just trust themselves and trust the Straw Hats, and now they kind of start to move more as a unit. And now we get like this pro pretty much like as these his crew pretty much comes into their own versions of their own lines. That's when Luffy's probably gonna finally do his transformation. Next, move over into the child or the baby now, because his crew is now starting to come into their own.
It's not the
Even
baby;
with
it's just the
Nami, and
child.
The child, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I'll make sure to do that going forward. But to move into the phase of the child, because now all his crew is starting to come into their own, and now they're starting to come into their own version of the Lions. Even Nami, in the acquisition of Zeus in the last chapter, start to flex him later on in this arc. And Usopp really, he don't do a lot of heavy lifting, but he himself is starting to come into this blindly facing fears version of himself that he you know what I'm saying? It's a concept I like with Usopp, in the fact that he just kind of he's still scared, but he kind of just goes forward blindly knowing that something's gonna work out in his favor, but he's just gonna be scared the whole time. Like kind
Yeah.
of feeling with him. And that's kind of where this kind of be on display. But that's where I'm at with Sanji right now, in this watch through that we on, starting to see really just how much their personalities and their abilities are starting to grow and starting to become a lot of Luffy-esque in the way, because a lot of things that they're doing, they was looking at Luffy crazy for doing. Like even Zoro was along with the other part of crews when Luffy jumped in freaking Innie's lobby, wondering what the hell he doing. You know what I'm saying? And now Zoro, while Luffy gone, not going crazy, absence of his captain. And as soon as he showed back up, it's like he get this wave of like, oh yeah, captain's here. Now I'm really finna go crazy. And that all hell starts to break loose, and we see what Zoro can do. And we start to see that with Sanji and stuff like that, and that's why we get these meme faces, because Luffy just got there. We just found out you're there, and goddamn, cuz Jesus. But that's Luffy, and a lot of
Yeah,
them
it
pretty
is.
much know it's gonna work out, and that's something that's commendable to his crew, because in the absence of the captain, you want your crew to still be able to perform. And while he was in jail, that plan going. We talk about Suru holding it down for 20. Let's talk about this crew for holding down while that captain in jail. They got a plan. They stuck to it. And while he came out, he ain't have to do nothing but get to the plan. That's commendable. But yeah, man, that's my take on Sanji, man. That's my take.
Yeah, it's a good take. I don't disagree with anything in it. And then we
Appreciate
got
you, man.
after that we just see Orobi gets caught by the Orochi's ninjas when she's trying to snoop around, and then we just get a dun 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 because the next episode is they find a fucked up Big Mom.
Yeah, Big Mama done jumped in this motherfucker, man.
Yeah, she did.
Big,
But
uh,
I think that's it for this week, guys. With
yeah, man, we
everything.
starting to get into Wano, man. That's the pretty much Act 1 up in the Wano, a
Yeah,
little
we're
bit
getting
taste of
deep
Act
into
2.
this thing, man.
We almost caught up, man. We almost fully caught up, and just like we said earlier, let us know if y'all want us to go do, because we still trying to figure out what anime we want to go to next, but we can either continue with the anime, or when anime get caught up to that, switch over into the manga, or just wait till all the anime gets comes out, and do another anime or so, do another synopsis. But leave that up to y'all. We'll be asking y'all over the course of the next few weeks.
Also,
Got a little feedback today.
um, I forgot we could do this. So there's from now on there's gonna be a link to the Discord in the description of the podcast and every video. So if y'all want to talk to us when we're not online or something like that, or you got a cool idea for a video or something, feel free to pop it down in the Discord and tell us what y'all think, like stuff like that, how we should do, or there's something that you think that we missed or something like that. Even when we're not online at the moment, we're always checking Discord. But
We really are. We're
but
on
the
Discord a lot.
yeah, but the channel's got a Discord and everything. And Owl, if you're still here, what's it called? If you
Definitely need
want
you
to
over
do
there.
that thing that you were asking about earlier that we didn't get a chance to talk about, we can talk about it on there.
Yeah, definitely get over there, man. Need you over there. Need you to holler at us.
Because
But
I
yeah,
think
man, we
we
appreciate
definitely
it.
be down,
I'm sorry.
depending
Oh
on
yeah,
like when it
no, no,
is.
we
To the
yeah,
because he was
definitely we
asking
do.
if we
Yeah,
wanted to do
I
that
saw,
thing.
I saw.
We was just too busy in the middle of it. I didn't want to interrupt you to say it.
No, you good. I understand. No, you good. I feel you.
But yeah,
But
I hope you all guys have a good weekend. Stay safe. Don't do anything stupid.
Make sure y'all like, comment,
Don't do anything
subscribe.
Luffy
We
wouldn't
appreciate
do.
y'all as always. That's that's that's
It's a
that's
thin line between don't do anything stupid and only do stuff Luffy would do. It's a thin line. Like it's a thin line between those two. But I promise you, if you can hold that thin line, you'll be a better person. I don't have any proof. I just know.
But yeah, again, make sure y'all like, comment, subscribe. We appreciate it, all the support y'all been giving us up to this point. Channel's grown a hell of a lot. Still got a lot of growing to do. We appreciate the journey we've been on. You know, hope to see some more of y'all join the crew, man. Join the shop.
Yeah, join the
Join the
shop.
cook,
We're not with the
man.
crew.
Join the shop.
Yeah, come on by. Stop by the kitchen. Get a bowl of ramen.
Get that scoop, man. Come get that scoop.
Wait, did you consider it a scoop? I don't know.
You ever, did ramen before? You do it
Yeah,
with the scoop.
there
You just
used to
need the
be a
juice and
bomb ass
everything.
ramen place here, but they closed.
Yeah, they did. I
Sad
remember.
face.
I know what you're talking about.
But yeah, I hope y'all
But
have a
yeah,
good one. Corrupted,
and the dragon.
signing off. Peace, everybody.